right, we're going to get started here. It's 5:31 iPad time, and it's a little less than that up there on the big clock. The average is 5:30. So welcome everybody and I call the meeting to order. This is the third estimates meeting. The first one was with the Parks and Recreation Commission, where we reviewed their budget. And then last Wednesday, we met and we started going through the main departments. And there's a photo up here. Okay, good. Thank you. And then tonight will be our final discussion, but not the night but we pass the bylaw. The bylaw will come back based on our discussions and our decisions tonight. We'll come back to council, where it will be formally passed over 2 nights. And typically we also have at that point an opportunity for the public to speak at that point in one of those 2 nights. So tonight we have a number of departmental budgets, and you can see from the schedule that we had originally planned, and that was departmental budgets, and we'll look at operating and capital from first of all from our chief constable for the police department, and next from our fire chief, and on the fire department, and then finally in the emergency area, the emergency services, and we have our deputy fire chief on that. Then we'll go through some referral items, and then give staff some directions. Now, at that point, according to the current schedule, it says public input, comment, opportunity. But I thought we would, with council's consent, we would just kind of start with that, and for the simple reason that if we leave it all there, at the end, we will have made up our minds on a lot of issues and probably had some resolutions to deal with them. So you know, the horse will have already left the barn to some extent. So I thought it fair to the public if we heard from them now, if there's particular points they want to make that they feel may have an impact on the decisions we made. But we'll also leave a little time near the end for any questions and clarifications. But as I said, by that time we will likely have passed all the necessary motions. So I wanted to give members of the public who felt the need to address us on particular issues and directions they wanted us to go on any particularly we see any of those 3 departments, and then we'll deal with the referred items. So as in the past, I will ask people to come forward to the microphone and state their name and the community they live in, and write that down on a sheet of paper. Just make sure we have the right spelling. And you are being live recorded. It's live streamed, I should say, and recorded for our archives. So I assume I haven't heard any objections from any council that we'll go into that part at this point. Okay, that part being the public input and comment opportunity. So, anyone wish to address us? Anyone wish to address us? All right. Anyone wish to address us? All right. So you will, as I said, have an opportunity at the end just to, if you have any clarifying questions, but as I said, it'll be at a time when we would have gone through most of the materials. So let's start with the departmental budgets. We'll start with the Chief Constable. Welcome. I hear the good news, Chief, that there's now a deputy been announced, and will be taking his role up on the 15th of May. And I can say we had quite an overwhelming number of applicants and highly qualified. Very difficult decision on the part of the police board, which also brings me to the point where the budget that the Chief's going to walk us through now has been put together by the chief in consultation and working with the police board, has been approved by the police board. If there are to be changes, depending on the nature of them, the police board would need to be involved. We are on page 9. And first of all, maybe, Chief, you can start by just giving us kind of a high-level kind of overview of how this year's budget compares to last year's budget. Where are we in relation to in the increases and the reasons for them?
Sure. So you'll notice, you don't need to refer to it right now, but at the end of the day for the operating budget, it shows a 1.9% increase, which equates to $89,500. And there's 3 areas that attribute to that increase. As you go through the budget, you'll see there's increases and decreases. We tried to offset any increases that were sort of out of our control with other areas that we could assist with the bottom line, but there certainly were certain areas that we really had no control over. So the one area is the major crime reserve, and what that refers to is a reserve that's being built that should there be a major crime in Oak Bay, it would be a funding source for it. And the reality is a major crime could run $1 million, $2 million, depending on the nature of the event. So we have traditionally been providing a $20,000 a year into that reserve. However, and part of the reason we were able to do that is we had a service agreement with Saanich Police Department, and part of that was a bit of an insurance policy in which we paid them for a number of services that they provide, and they still do. We still have a service agreement. However, a portion of it was removed upon renewal this year, and that was the coverage for a major crime. So now it falls to us. So what we've done is we've increased that by $60,000 to, so it's an $80,000 a year increase or contribution to that reserve. So that's that accounts for $60,000 of that close to $90,000 increase. Now, we still have to have the capacity to investigate a major crime. And in the CRD, all major crime, and when I say major crime, I mean homicide investigations, suspicious missing persons, that type of thing, are investigated by an agency called the Vancouver Island Integrated Major Crime Unit. And that would be similar, you've probably heard the reference to IHIT in the Lower Mainland. Every time there's a homicide over there, it's IHIT, that's the Integrated Homicide Unit. Well, in Vancouver Island, we have something similar. So we're now a direct partner with that agency. In the past, Saanich kind of did it on our behalf. So so that's where we get the expertise. And as a police agency, you have to have the capacity to deal with any type of incident that comes along. And this is the way we deal with major crime of that to that level. Now, it's an $80,000 commitment to be part of VIMQ, or it had been. That's increased to $90,000. So there's an additional $10,000. So I know it sounds a bit confusing, but at the end of the day, the net change is $10,000. And there's another area where there was an increase is we also are part of a number of integrated teams within the CRD. And these teams provide specialized services that we have to have access. And that's everything from emergency response, which would be, if you use televisionese, that would be like a SWAT team. Things like crowd management, should there be a large level public protest, that type of thing. There's a whole myriad of integrated teams. There's probably about 6 that we pay into that help supply or help fund. So within these integrated teams, there's a $19,000 increase this year. So if you add those up, that basically comes to $90,000, which is really the primary cause of this 1.9% increase.
Thank you very much. I'm the chair of the police board, so I'm just going to add a little bit of detail in terms of, because it is rather confusing as to how come it's more expensive and why do we have to have that $60,000 a year reserve fund that we're paying money into, and in somewhat of an oversimplification, but there were, if you think of, we had the I call it the homicide contract with Saanich, and they would come in and they would provide the kind of basic investigation, but for the monies we were paying them, they would also supply the extras, things like I guess it would be wiretapping or undercover operations, which of themselves can become very expensive. So when the Saanich Police decided not to renew that contract because of this new unit, we're now essentially contracting with the new unit, the VIMQ. They only supply the basics. They don't supply the extras. So if there were to be a serious crime, such as a murder that required extra investigation, they would look to us for that. And they were putting, up in Saanich, they were putting their monies in a reserve. So I think they probably had accumulated about $600,000, which they would cover at both of their responsibilities. But that's not how VIMQ operates. They just want a set figure every year. And if they are to encounter an investigation that requires these extras, then they would just do them and send us the bill. That's why we thought we should be putting monies aside for that. And at some point, you know, we'll analyze I suppose the actuarial tables or whatever, and how much we have in the fund and how much is needed over time. But for now, we thought, at least for the first 5 to 10 years, that this would be a fair amount to balance it off. You may recall this all came about as a serious murder in the Uplands, where 4 people were alleged to have broken into a house and killed the lone occupant. And we paid for everything at that point, and very, very expensive, because of the wiretaps and all of the extras we had to pay at that time. That led us into the Saanich Police Department agreement, which has worked very well. Just came to an end the second 5 years, but with the new organization, we have to set up this new reserve fund. Okay, so it is a bit of a big step first time around, but it'll now be built into the budget. All right, now, Chief, what we can do here is we can just go through each page, and starting at page 9, and you can just kind of walk us through if there's any anomalies or anything you want specifically you want to point out. And then after a few pages, we'll see if there's any questions from council. All right?
Okay. So I prepared a report to council when this was first presented back in November, so I can use that as a bit of a guide, but at the same time, I don't want to bore you with too many details that you've already heard, sort of thing. So I'll just keep it kind of...
That'll be my job.
Okay. So I'll keep it kind of high level. And there's going to be a few things that may jump out at you. One area that, well, on the first page, there's really no significant changes there. We did increase the police board amount slightly just to accommodate conferences and some other areas that they have to attend to. But I think that we were able to offset that from some other areas within what we'll call the administration budget, which is pretty much is the first page. Recoveries, just for your information, that's criminal record checks, accident reports, that type of thing that we release, and information to lawyers' offices that on investigations that we've conducted. On the next page, which is this is where the salaries come from, which really is probably that is our business, is people out doing the job. We don't have a product, so to speak, that we produce otherwise. So the salaries is really the biggest part of our budget, or a major part. So you'll see what looks like almost $100,000 increase, but the reason for that is that there's a new seconded unit that was created in the Victoria area, of which we contribute a member. However, the funding comes back as a recovery. This is a INSET, which is a national security agency. So we have a member that's in there. So their salary and their benefits show up as a cost to us. But then if you look at recoveries, which is the very bottom line, you'll see that there's a $100,000 recovery increase. So that offsets that. So just that I was just concerned that would jump out at you. So if you take that away, there isn't a major change in this area. I must point out that the collective agreement did expire at the end of 2015, and it has not been renegotiated yet. However, there has been some contingencies at the municipal level for that scenario, as well as the other negotiations that are pending within the municipality. So it's not included in here, just for your info. So this is a big area. So maybe I'll just take an opportunity to field any questions right now.
Pause here, because now we're going to go into the kind of the hardware and the building expenses. So let's looking at 9 and 10. Let's see if there's any council questions. Go ahead, please, Councillor Braithwaite. Councillor Murdoch after that.
Thank you. Thanks, Chief, for your report. I just had 2 questions on page 10. One was the overtime manageable, which I see the projected 2016 actual ended up being $130,000 more than what was budgeted for 2016. And if you can just touch on that. And then the only other thing was the transfer to reserve for retirement. I noticed that it decreased. So is that because we have a less aging force, or is there another reason?
Okay, so on the overtime, 2016 we saw quite a vacancy pattern, I'll call it. And it came from a couple reasons. One is we had 2 members leave the department, and it took a while to replace them. And then we also had 1 member on a WorkSafe, off on WorkSafe for the balance of the year. And then we also had a run on shorter term injuries. So based on that, it did require us to bring in cover a lot of overtime shifts. But if you look at salaries spent, it was $100,000 less than we budgeted for. And then also you'll notice a $73,000 recovery from WorkSafe. So if you look at it from sort of a business perspective, is yes, we ran over 130,000. However, we actually were able to offset that for that means. And then as far as the retirement portion, you're right. We have had 3 retirements, 2 more pending, and of course we've got newer, more junior people coming in the front door who we don't have to budget for that. So that's a kind of a balancing thing that changes year to year depending on the makeup of the organization.
Thank you.
Councillor Murdoch, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just, page 9, I'm curious on some of the areas where we, last year the actuals were substantially below the actuals, looking at legal fees, for example, and conferences and meetings. I don't have an issue with the current budget, but I'm curious, are those entirely covered out of this year's operational budget, or are some of those carried over, i.e. if we spent $10,000 less than budgeted last year on legal, do we carry over 10,000, so we're only paying actually 5,000 of the 15,000 out of this year's operating budget? And if so, where would that be reflected? Yeah,
we didn't carry over those. There's only one area that we carried over, and that was later on in the budget relating to some purchase of computer equipment, but there was no carryover in this area.
So we are in total about $15,000 under for actuals versus budget. So what happens to that extra money?
That I can perhaps Ms. Carter can speak to that.
Ms. Carter being the Financial Services
That's correct.
Director
Yes.
and acting CAO.
Thank you. Yes, typically we don't carry forward funds unless it is for a specific project that is in progress or a known expenditure that will likely span the fiscal year end. So in this case, for 2016, those additional funds would have fallen to surplus.
And those go into general operating surplus for the municipality then, or for the police department?
General operating surplus,
Okay,
as do all the other departments as well.
okay. Thank you. Police is often a little different in some of their things, so I wasn't sure how that would work. That's good to know. I guess that was a similar question I had around the software and so forth in terms of the increases. I am curious about the IT services. Was there any particular explanation around the increase to the services? Is that just the implementation of some of the new equipment that's coming in?
So are we, which area, which account are we referring to?
Page 10, account 6650, about 5 up from the bottom of the list. Page 10.
Right, okay.
Sorry, third up, yeah.
I don't have a breakdown of that particular account, but what I can say is what happens is we contract our IT. When I say IT services, I mean the technical aspect of it to Saanich Police, because of our computer systems are basically linked into similar systems that they have as far as provincial level records management systems and that sort of thing. So what happens every year is that we have a meeting. The deputy actually typically sits in it with the IT support, the deputy, and then also it was Fernando, I forget the name of the position that he held. Deputy Director of Finance, that's right. So they would sit down and discuss what the IT needs are. They would consider evergreening. They would also forecast, and they would set a budget of, like you'll find we are lower in certain areas because we budgeted to purchase in 2016. So to be able to say right now exactly where that $11,000 what accounts for that, I can't really say.
That's fine.
Yeah.
If you can't, that's fine.
Yeah.
I did maybe just last question on all of this. What is the overall surplus from last year against budget?
So I did look at that, and I just wanted to kind of explain where that came from. And there was a $121,000 surplus to the operating budget, and I can count for where that came from if you would like, or how that.
Sure.
Okay. So again, a big bulk of that comes from the salary savings. So even though we spent 130 over on the overtime budget, there was a $73,000 recovery from WorkSafe, which is where some of that came from, and then some of it we just didn't spend it because of the number of people that weren't on the books. So that would account for 111,000 of that. And then Crest, which is our radio system, they're currently undergoing a major update of their whole system. So we've been provided a 10-year budget projection, and there was a delay in 2016 that we had anticipated we would be spending. So we actually underspent 18,000 in that area. And then the final area that we underspent 9,200 in legal. And legal is that's a tough one because of the nature of our business, we really have to have access to legal advice, both criminal and civil. So we budgeted last year for what we thought we'd use. At the end of the day, we were 9,200 underspent. So that's where the 121, actually the numbers I just gave you probably add up to closer to 140, but those were the major underspending for 2016, but the bulk of it would be salaries.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions? Oh, go ahead, Ms. Carter.
Just perhaps, maybe I could shed a little bit more light on the IT services line that Councillor Murdoch was inquiring about. And my understanding is that the police department, in terms of IT, is looking at an audit this year for IT. So there's an increase as a result of that. And also the IT services contract, I believe, has gone up slightly this year.
That's correct.
Okay. Councillor Zelka, please.
Thank you, Chair. This could be a question possibly for our acting CAO. With respect to salary increases, it looks like maybe if I look ahead into fire talks about a reserve for the anticipated 2017 increase is included elsewhere in the budget. I'm imagining, similar to other police budgets around Canada, that if I had to guess, we'd be looking in the 2 to 2.5, God forbid, 3% increase for this year. Does the budget elsewhere put money aside for this, please?
Through the chair, yes, it does. In fact, if you look at page 30 on your budget, there are some transfers to reserves, and it would be incorporated in that.
Excellent, thank you. Can I follow up, please? I wanted to ask about the Crest radios, if I could, please, of our police chief. There's a new digital system out there, and I haven't heard anything in the news about Crest, and I get the impression no news is good news. How's it going?
Look at my partner across the way here. So right now they're in the process of installing the infrastructure, which is the towers and the repeater stations and that sort of thing. What we're being told is that in late 2017 is when the switch will be hit. So we're going to be purchasing our radios this year, and so that we'll be ready for 2015, or sorry, the end of 2017 to be ready to go live. What we're being told is that the actual cost of those radios are going to be deferred to 2018. So that's where it's at right now.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. So it covers 8 and 9, 9 and 10. And we see the next number of pages have to do with buildings and cars and some other miscellaneous things. Is there anything on those 3 pages you wish to draw our attention that's anomalous from past years?
Not really. We increased the repair and supplies by $6,500, and that's just based on some maintenance repair work that we know that has to be done in the building. And it's the type of thing, if we don't do it now, it's just going to be more costly down the road as things start to deteriorate. It's an old building, as you are well aware of. The cars accounts, we actually saw an overall decrease in that, and part of that comes from the fact that we've decided that in 2017 we're not replacing a car. So with that, we won't have to buy a number, a lot of the equipment that's associated to that car, or to a car purchase, and it's quite expensive to outfit a police vehicle.
Okay. Councillor Courier, do you have a hybrid/electric car question? Because if you don't ask it, I will.
No, actually, I was going to first comment that I know that the new deputy chief lives very nearby, and told me recently that he has a Disney commute over the Bowker Creek, and feels like he could skip to work, and because it's so beautiful through the Bowker Creek, and so he doesn't need a car, right? So these are the savings we are benefiting from already.
I'd like to think that he can leave the office though, and
True, but
even outside of Oak Bay.
Yeah, well, he could ride a bike because he's a bike guy too, which is great. But this is just a strange thing to me that why are we paying for cars that we already replaced? So the second and fourth cars on page 12 say that they were replaced in 2016 and 2015, So I don't really understand. Where did they go, and why are we still paying for them if they're,
You,
am I misreading that?
yeah, you have to go by the car number.
Okay, 74 and
Right.
76.
Yes.
Why, like, if they're replaced, I just don't understand the replacement part.
Okay.
It just doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Might be just a note to,
So, yeah, like if we go to, we'll use 74 as an example. We currently have a 74, but it's not a Crown Victoria. It's actually a Ford Explorer. So that's probably, yeah, that's our mistake. We should actually have this upgraded. Just like 72, if you go back to page 11, the last car, we don't have a Ford Escape anymore. It's actually a newer Ford Explorer. So that's something that we need to correct. But I guess where we sort of overlooked that is we reference more the car number, and that's what we use for our filing system and our bookkeeping system. So yeah, we need to upgrade that and change the name of the actual vehicle type that's in there.
and just as a follow-up then, so now that I understand the replacement bit, is there, like, I really heard you say you're not going to replace the car this year, which is fantastic, but for us, and is there a possibility to reduce the fleet? Is there a way to do that, given that where our focus is more on community policing and just maybe is there a means to sort of downsize so that our maintenance costs and can be reduced as well?
I think that's. I'll be candid with you. If anything, I think we need to add to the fleet. To be candid, we're as soon as we have one car off the road for a repair, and we've got another car where we've sent it to the firing range with a couple members for training purposes, we're down to 2 operational police cars, and we could have 3 and 4 people on duty at any given time. So we really, to be quite frank, we really struggle with the number of cars that we have now. So I'm not proposing right now that we're going to increase cars, but I really can't see how we're pretty bare bones right now, to be quite frank. But I mean, that's a discussion that comes up with the police board from time to time, I'm sure, and they're pretty aware of the big picture. And yeah, anyway, that's my comment on that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Braithwaite, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. On page 13, Chief, there's under community program, there's something called sundry, and it was budgeted for $20,000 in 2016, spent 18, and then in 2017 it's reduced down to 12,350. Can you just explain to me what that is? Is it one of the community programs that we do through the high school, or?
Sure. Can you just refer to the?
Sorry, it's line 5900.
Okay. So what happened there was we contribute to the Greater Victoria Crime Stopper program, and our portion is $7,500. And what we've done, because it was a bit confusing to put it in there, we've moved that to the area that all our integrated unit contributions sit. So really all we've done is just move 7,500 to a different area.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions on any of these 3 pages? Yes. Yeah, Councillor Nate.
I'll
okay.
ask the hybrid question. then.
Electric car
Yeah.
portion.
I was just wondering, because I wonder if you could just fill us in on how those hybrid cars are working for the organization in terms of cost and just functionality. Because it's hard to compare the costs of the different vehicles because we don't know the mileage, of course, do we? So, but I thought you could just fill us in.
Okay. So the 2 hybrid cars that we have in the fleet are not what I would call operational police cars. They're used. One is strictly an administrative vehicle, and the second one, our detective service use more to do inquiries, do transportation, we'll call it. We require marked police cars, and there's a requirement that a marked police car meets certain spec, and that's everything from the suspension to the performance to the interior size, that type of thing. I'm not a total expert on that, so forgive me, but there is an expectation that marked police cars meet a certain spec. I can only, I can speak from my past life from a federal policing agency, but I do know that throughout municipal police forces it's the same thing. So for us to consider using a non-spec vehicle as a marked police car with the roof lights and all that would be really would be inappropriate. We also struggle, I'll be candid with you, with we have 4 marked cars, 2 are SUVs and 2 are sedans. And we're really struggling right now with these sedans, with the amount of equipment that's in these things, that some of our members can't really even get in and out of them. And we've got people complaining of back injuries and that sort of thing that's stemming from that. And it's a bit of a thing that's happening within the police universe right now with the movement to these basically it's a compact car of what, even though they're considered full-size cars. So I don't really, this is probably not the place to get into that discussion, but the bottom line is that we really can't look at a hybrid Camry or something like that as an operational marked police car.
Yep, go ahead, please.
Chair, just because community policing is such a big part of what we do in this community anyhow, I was just wondering if you could comment on the bicycle program that's marked there at 4201, line 4201. Just tell us how that's going. I mean, there are some expenses associated with that program. Is it, how are you rolling it out? How does it get used in the community?
Okay, so we have, I believe it's 4 bicycles, and we've got a number of members that are trained. And again, everybody knows how to ride a bicycle, but it's like anything else. You have to have a special course to ride a police bicycle. I had to take it when I got here so I could ride a police bicycle. But anyway, so we aren't really at the size where we can say we're going to dedicate a bike squad like a larger department has. So it's something that our members sort of do off the side of their desks if and when they can. So we look at the members who are on patrol, and if 1 or 2 of them are able to, break away from their regular duties and go out on sort of high visibility on the bike, they do. Our support services staff, the people who are engaged in community policing will do that. I'll do it on occasion. The Deputy Tom would often go out on the bike, but we don't have what I would call a dedicated bike squad like a large department has. It's if and when we can do it. And we try to log the amount of hours that we use the bikes for, and it's very much about visibility and being. It's easier to say hi on a bike than it is through a windshield or a side. And quite frankly, we probably foot patrols on the avenue probably supersede the bike, because even a bike on the avenue really isn't the appropriate thing. It's easier, it's better to be on foot, and that's probably where the bulk of our high visibility efforts go. But what we find with the bikes is, we may get a member who on a night shift will go cruise the back alleys of the area, that sort of thing. So that's.
Yep. Thank you very much. And yes, Councillor Murdo, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'll just add my comments to this. I think the car expenses are something that we probably do have to kind of look at. Maybe just, and I don't think it's worth going to at this stage. It's really more of a police board thing, but I'll just add my voice to the thoughts on this. I'm not sure that we need to have bike or cars for every occasion. If there's the patrol cars, I understand, but perhaps we can move to more of a car allowance type model and so forth for some of the other work that's being done. We're going to the driving range and so forth to use their own cars, because they are They do have requirements if they're police cars and they're operational upkeeps and so forth, and they are substantive capital and operational portions of the budget that, if not necessary, especially in such a small community, it may be worthwhile for us to consider some, those as cost reduction areas. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief. No other questions? I think that's, we can move on to the capital. Different, we have the different tab, and it's on page 1, capital. And there's a number of items there from radar units right down to shared storage device. And you'll see there's an asterisk and next to some of them, and that means that they come from part or in whole from to some extent from non-tax revenue. Any question? Is there any comments, first of all, Chief, on any of those capital projects that you have there?
The majority of these are purchases, and I did speak to on the initial submission. I can things like some radar units and traffic control equipment, that sort of thing.
Okay. Let's see if there's any questions. Might be just easy to deal with it that way.
There is one, a new one that you haven't seen before that I can speak to.
Yes, please do so.
So this refers to the lateral sewer line from the building. So what we've found since the initial budget submission was a problem with the lateral sewer line coming from the police building. I kind of lay out without getting into the gore of it. I've laid out the realities of it. Coincidentally, the fire were dealing with a very similar situation on their side of the building, and they're two totally separate lines, just so you're aware, and they go out the back of the building into the main CRD line at the very back of the property. So fire has already was already in the plans, or had plans to repair or replace their line. And then we found out that we have an issue with ours. So we had it televised, I guess is the word, and confirmed, there's a major settlement in the line. The problem with our side is it goes underneath that concrete floored outbuilding in the back, the big with the bays. So it would be very costly to try to just reinstate it where it is. So what we're going to be doing is coming out the back, hanging a right, and going over to where the fire department is going to already have a trench dug because they're replacing theirs and share their trench. And we're both going to plumb into the CRD line, not in unison. We'll have our own separate lines. I believe that's a requirement of the CRD. Ours is at 18,000. You'll find that's more than what the fire department is asked, but part of that is because of our run that we have is quite a bit further. And you'll also notice in my report that some of the rehabilitation stuff, like the retaining wall and the hedge and that sort of stuff, I haven't accounted for because fire has accounted for in their capital request. So this was an unforeseen, but it is a requirement.
Okay. And there is funding sources, the Capital Works Reserve, as we see on page 15 of that, of our capital projects, all right? Okay. Questions about any of the capital? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Zelk, and then Kirby, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Question for the Director of Engineering. Regarding the sewer lateral replacement, I presume the new fees, the full cost replacement fees will be applied at this case? I want to make sure that we get the actual, that our funding is being done properly here?
So through you, Chair, for both of these quotes, it's contracted out to private contractors to connect to the CRD line. So we're not using the bylaw fees to do the estimates. These are actual costs for the laterals.
Thank you.
Thank you. Follow-up, if I may. Is there any concern about the storm line being done at the same time? I know for sewage separation, I don't know whether we have a combined situation here or not, but are we doing storm and sewer, or just sewer?
Through you, Chair, everything I've seen is just this is just sanitary sewage from the building to the CRD line. There's no separation involved.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby, please.
I just was curious whether, I mean, obviously this is a necessary expense and necessary upgrade, but the asset management plan obviously identified these buildings as needing replacement. And how does this, like, I hate to spend money on something that we might be replacing very soon, and at least within the next 5 years, because I'm pretty sure that those 2 buildings were identified in the next 5 years replacement. Just, I'm sure that was weighed as part of this, but I'd love to hear what the discussion was and whether or not you've kind of thought that through. Thanks.
I think what we're up against is these are repairs that have to be done, and to wait for I can't really speak on the projected timelines for the replacement of the buildings, but I don't suspect that it's going to be next year, and we as much as I'd like it to be, but we really, these are necessary repairs that we just have to deal with, and yeah, it's kind of like when you have a car that's due for replacement, but you don't have the capital to buy the new one, you still got to run the old one, and that's kind of what this scenario is.
No, I don't think we can ask them not to flush for the next 5 years. I think that
Or
would
go
be
next
asking a
door
little
and use
much.
the bathroom.
I can't even go next door.
Exactly. Okay. Thanks. I just wanted to hear the reasoning, because I know that not only that, you've also had the other issues with the smell and the wall and the pipe that was the mysterious pipe that was left there to, so it just feels like there's one thing after another happening with that building, and it's unfortunate that, just feels like we're pouring money into something that's it's met the end of its life.
I think that was a statement, not a question. Thank you. Councillor Murdoch.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just given these additional capital costs thrown in here, my understanding is the shared storage device is already an approved project and going forward. Is that correct?
That's correct. And just as an aside, during our budget discussions among staff, we've been looking very closely as a group to see where we can, continue to trim, if that's a word. So we stepped forward and were able to reduce about $11,000 just because of, I haven't shared this with the board yet, so forgive me for this, but we had some training, a conference that we actually ended up sending 2 people on instead of the plan 4, a couple of areas where we actually were able to bring 11,000 to the table as part of the greater good, not knowing that I was going to be looking at 18 for a sewer repair. So I suppose you could say there is some offsets there, but yeah, that's. But as far as the other project is, we're already.
You're underway on that one.
Yes.
And I understand that from your note that the NetMotion license and server is sort of a requirement as part of the security standards for the shared information.
That's correct. This relates to the in-car computer terminals.
So then the question I have then is the only other thing left out of this whole piece, unfortunately, is the radar units, which is not a large amount of money, but are they urgent? And is there something that we could put off doing at this point? There's a car-based and a handheld laser unit.
Yeah. If the problem we have is the equipment we have is pretty old, and one of the items in particular is at the point of its disrepair, so we've taken it out of service. So we would be again pretty thin, and this is, we look at traffic enforcement as a fairly major priority in the community. So personally, I think it would be a difficult thing to trim these two items.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No other questions? All right. So I think that, Ms. Carter, that covers the police, the first leg of the emergency services. Thank you very much, Chief. We go from one chief to another. We'll go back, please, to the operating, and we left off with the police at page 15. Is that where we want to start, Chief?
14?
I'm sorry, 14. Yeah, we left off at 13, and then we're going to start at 14. Yes, thank you. So I'll start with you, maybe giving us a little, very high-level overview of what the changes are and what's driving the budget this year.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. As with my colleague, we did provide council with a report through provisional, which is part of the attachment, so that it's at the back of this, so it outlines what our accounts are and where our expenditures are. On a high-level piece, most of and pretty much all that's in this budget that's being presented to the fire department reflects upon the increased cost to our labor costs, superannuation, medical, dental, group insurance, those areas. There's significant increases in those areas that have been brought forward to us. WorkSafe BC's gone up significantly. The other piece on page 14 that makes a difference of about $20,000 in this account is an accounting practice that we had in our overtime budget. And the way our overtime budget works is we have overtime that we put out, and then we have recoveries that come back. So, for instance, the CRD hazmat team, there's a recovery process. Well, how we were recording that before is we were saying, okay, well, we're actually going to spend, our bottom line is 145, and then we would get $25,000 or $20,000 worth of CRD money back to us, but we'd actually spent out 165 or 170 to cover those costs. So we've reflected in this budget what the true cost of what we believe the CRD hazmat is going to cost us for the next year as far as the training piece goes. And then below there's a recovery line. We've got 30 in there. This year it was around 20, so we're believing it's somewhere in between those two numbers of what the recovery is going to be on that overtime line. Different than my colleague, Fire has already got their subscriber equipment for Crest. This is something that's beyond our control. As you can see, last year we ended up putting out about $43,000 for our Crest levies. There's an extra $5,000 in there. That's to cover our cost to repair our PA systems, our rip and run systems within the department that work off of dispatch, as well as
Sorry, you rip and run?
rip and run. So what
You
that
might
is-
want to explain that to us
Yeah.
non-firefighters.
Yeah, sorry. So what happens in dispatch is we have a machine that sends an electronic paper copy to us that gives us the address to wherever we're responding. And, you know, those machines have to be updated all the time and so on and so forth. Inkjets, all of those pieces. The other piece is that we haven't had any repairs on the new subscriber equipment yet. However, the $5,000 in there, if we were to drop or, God forbid, run over a microphone or slam it in a door, which is what happens on some of the trucks and stuff, or it gets contaminated at a fire, we actually have to pay for the repair and the replacement of it. And so that's what that increase looks like with regards to that. Beyond that, this budget is the operating costs for the department. We have increases to our transfer to reserve for fire equipment. There's an extra $10,000 in there, which is part of the last piece of the duty to accommodate that was undertaken 4 years ago now, 5 years ago now, to bring our costs back up to reflect purchases for our fire equipment through capital reserve replacement for an engine, so we don't have to come up with $500,000 or so forth. That's pretty much the highlight of the budget. I'm happy to answer questions.
So, so we're gonna look at from pages 14 to 16, because then over on the next one, that's the deputy chief, then,
Emergency program.
Deputy Chief Hughes on, starting at 17, so, so you're in the on-deck circle, so to speak. All right. Go ahead, please, Councillor
Thank you
Gay.
very much, through your chair to the chief. I've always been impressed with the health and wellness program that you introduced, Chief, and I did notice in your report, you've got some description of the program, and some of it's I was just wondering if you could provide more specificity about, you've indicated it's successful, and any markers of success that come to mind to help us understand how that's operating.
So one of the biggest successes of this, well, there's two significant ones. One is the mental health piece. We've had significant improvements, a bad word, but bottom line is improvement in the mental health and acuity of our firefighters, less access to personal services to assist them and so forth. The biggest thing is the reduction in sick time. We've gone, when I took over in 2013, our sick time was running somewhere around 14 per member because of our systems and what we had in place. We introduced our health and wellness program. We also introduced at that time attendance management, sick leave policies, and tied it together with these pieces, including modified duties in the department, so that we have people coming back to work sooner. We have people preparing themselves for what they're about to go into. That's what this program does. It helps you to eat well, think well, and be mentally fit and prepare yourself for the future. In our first 2 years, on the fitness side of things, we had a 90% improvement on everybody's health as far as the fitness piece goes. So just looking at how people were eating, what their stress loads were, how to manage their stress loads better. We're at a point now where we're kind of leveling off, and a little bit last year we started to fall off a bit. We've now picked it back, and we're just kind of tapering and moving along at a pace that we believe is healthy for the whole department.
Impressive, thank you. So the very slight increase in the budget on this item then, you've said is related to chaplaincy and increased service providers. So that's really that the force is accessing these services more to come out with those results. Would that be?
And just through the chair, we do have an RN that has oversight to it, so it's professionally monitored. And our RN fee after 4 years has gone up $1,000, so that's a portion of what that increase is. It's part of the consultant.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite, please.
Thank you. It sounds like perhaps council needs a health and wellness program too. On page 15, under training, you know I'm going to ask this question
Yes.
because it has to do with UVic and the confined space rescue program that you do the training for up there. I noticed that line item is $50,000. And that's divided between UVic and our Public Works Department. Even if we did that on a 50-50 basis, that's still $25,000 that we spend to train for UVic. And again, I'll bring up the fact that UVic, the province only gives us $57,000 in taxes in lieu for UVic. And so, again, there's got to be something that we can do to get more money from the province for services that we give to UVic. So that's just a point that I would like to make, but it's...
Maybe just coming out of there, can we build them
So-
separately?
So just through the chair, so I just want to clarify what that account is. So that account, that training account, is the training for the firefighters within the department for everything we do. Within that, we share a $5,000 fee that we send to UVic for this for the contracted services for confined space. And with that, we split $2,500 for Oak Bay and $2,500 for Saanich, which replaces equipment and gives us 3 members at 1 course per year. that's all we get out of it. Since we've had the contract, we've only had one response to UVic with regards to confined space. But this line it also reflects the training that we do for confined space for our own people here in Oak Bay, which is our Public Works Department as well, because we have to provide the service for them here locally. One area that we're exploring right now, because it's a requirement, is the utilities. They're supposed to provide information to the authority having jurisdiction for a confined space service when they're working in the manholes and so forth in the community. They haven't done that, and the reason they haven't done that is because they don't want to pay any of the municipalities for the service. So that is an area that fire services are looking at now throughout the province to say, hey, wait a minute, tell us, Hydro, if you guys are going in these holes and we're supposed to be doing confined space with you, what's your plan? Do you have your own service? You know, if not, then you're going to have to do contracts with us.
Okay, any follow-up?
Yeah, just, again, it's just a cost that gets added on to the services that we do give to UVic as far as police and fire go. And I know we had a report a little earlier, or a little later last year, that showed the number of responses we had to have for UVic and from the police and the fire, and it was astronomical. And again, I think it's something we really need to push for to get the province to pony up some more money for us.
Well, we've had several resolutions at UBCM that they should do that. Maybe someone will raise it during the election. There's, yeah, so I don't hold out a lot of hope, though. Thank you. Councillor Murdoch, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. One is the WorkSafe BC assessments and reimbursements. I noticed that we had a little bit of reimbursements last year and none this year. Can you just explain what that is?
So the reimbursement is the money that we get back for the time spent on an employee being off on WorkSafe. So last year, I only had one employee off, and it was for a 3-week period. And so our percentage that we received back worked out to $3,500 last year. I haven't put anything in there this year because ultimately it's a guesstimate. We hope that we don't have anybody, but if we do have somebody, then we will get a return. Now, the employer pays, and Ms. Carter can correct me if I'm wrong, but we pay the 66% of the wage, and then they give us a percentage back on pardon me, they do the 66% of the wage. We get the net piece back that we have to pay on top. So we get a portion of that net because we top our people up to full wages.
So what is the WorkSafe BC assessments then? What is that portion? Because it's gone up by 25% this year.
That's our insurance fee for WorkSafe BC.
Okay.
That's what they're billing us.
Has it been going up that consistently over the years, or is this a sudden jump?
No, this is a sudden jump this year.
Okay.
So.
And the other question I had was just on the reserves for retirement. Obviously, there's pensions and everything else. It's there for administration and for the firefighting force. Can you explain what that entry into reserves is?
So the entry into reserve for retirement, under the collective agreement, there's an agreement for a week's pay for every year over 20 years as a retirement gratuity, as well as a month of pay as part of their collective agreement for the firefighters. For the past 4 years, we've had sufficient funds in that account, so we haven't, in reserve, so we haven't had to top that up. This year, we're recognizing that in 2 years, we're going to have some retirements, and so we need to put some money back into that account to prepare for the 2 eventual retirements.
Thank you.
Councillor Zelka, please.
Thank you much. Thank you, Chair. Question through you to Chief, the Fire Chief. When you started, you mentioned that there were 14 days, I guess, per member of sick time, if I remember correctly. But I didn't catch the number that it's improved to with the new wellness program.
So last year, we had 4 major surgeries in the department, and we still had a sick leave of less than 7. And the year before, we were at 5. So for 26 employees.
That's excellent. It's good to know, and great numbers. I wanted to ask a slightly general question relating to dispatch. It's always been a bit of a confusing piece how all these things are sort of paid for. Some of it we pay for, some of it the other fees pay for it. Could you explain the relationship between the dispatching contract, I guess the CREST fees, and, for example, 911?
So,
Please.
dispatch is, all three of those are separate entities. CREST is a nonprofit society that was set up to do the Capital Region Emergency Services Radio Network, and it's funded through that CRD piece, and it has a board and so forth, and the funding is done through that. With regards to the dispatch services right now there's 3 dispatch services for fire. One is Victoria Fire, who do their own. One is Langford Fire, and the other one is who manages the CRD dispatch for fire. And then there's Saanich Fire, which is an e-com system that most of us in the fire service are in. We're a client in Saanich's dispatch service at this point. I can tell you that there are talks afoot to look at managing a singular dispatch. Obviously, that's in the footsteps of what police have looked to do. It's certainly in the talk stages right now. We do get through 911 for the landline phones. There is a fee that goes back to the CRD, and then that's dispatched out to the municipalities and the municipalities to help pay for some of your dispatch services. And I'd have to talk with Ms. Carter to see where that comes in and out of this budget, but it doesn't come into the fire department budget in any way, shape, or form. And just to speak to the dispatch aspect of it, there is going to be significant change as we move forward in the near future. Dispatch costs are going up. The cost of the equipment to run dispatch are going up. What we're trying to do in the fire service is get enough of us together so that we can all pay into it at a reasonable rate and have it reduced. So.
Thank you. With most people these days cutting their landlines, I'm kind of curious, maybe a question for our Director of Financial Services with respect to 911. Does that show up in here? Which I understand is an e-com service, but I could be wrong.
Through the chair, it's a flow-through. We receive funds in and they go back out through the CRD, so the net effect to us is 0, and it is in our budget, both on the revenue side and the expense side.
So through the chair, if you wouldn't mind, can I just follow up? Cellular telephones are not taxed on this, so we don't pick up the cellular side of it. So as people drop their landlines, we're losing funds to pay for 911. And this system was set up prior to us having cellular phones, so that is something that has been lobbied by police agencies and fire agencies through the federal government to make change, and it hasn't come forth yet.
On that point, the provincial government has indicated that should there be a unified dispatch service, that's something that they would move towards, because we're one of the few provinces that doesn't have a charge on the cell phones. Yep. Okay, Councillor Murdoch, and then Kirby, please.
Thank you. Just a question. In all fairness to the police, they break out all their costs of each individual vehicle and so forth. Am I to understand from this that the transfer to reserves for fire equipment, item 6200, that is inclusive of all the costs for all the vehicles within the fire department, or is the equipment replacement for MFA payments part of that as well?
Through the chair. So the equipment replacement for MFA is payments is strictly for our self-contained breathing apparatus.
Okay.
This is a 5-year lease that we took in order to replace our air packs because the manufacturer was moving away from the packs that we had and we weren't able to service them anymore. So we took a municipal finance plan in order to purchase the Scott packs and help offset the cost to us, and we'll own them in another 2 years. With regards to the transfer for reserve for fire equipment, we're significantly different than police in that our equipment doesn't get changed out quite as often. We don't use up our vehicles as quickly. And so what we've done is, it was done many, many years ago, was to do a reserve for fire equipment, and then we would come to council and ask for the opportunity to purchase a truck, because our truck, one truck costs, you know, $500,000 in order to replace it. We keep those trucks for 20 plus years, 25 years. We have one truck right now that we're now into our 26th year, and next year we'll be looking to come forward to say we need to move forward with it, because after 25 years it can't be used for any kind of frontline firefighting equipment. Mostly we've asked to do that simply to try and get a better dollar rate because most of the manufacturers are American manufacturers. With regards to the vehicles that we have for the officer on call and the fire prevention officer, those vehicles get replaced somewhere between 10 years and 14 years, depending on what the kilometers are on the vehicle. If the vehicle is standing up, then we tend to keep them longer and move them out the door as they start to fall apart.
Okay, thank you. Just, can you give us some idea of how many vehicles then? I mean, I'm aware of the fire trucks, but maybe just give us some clarity in terms of how many fire vehicles there are.
So we have 2 fire engines of pumps. We have 1 ladder truck. We have 1 battalion, which is the incident command vehicle. The fire chief has a vehicle which is used for call. We have a fire prevention vehicle, and we have 1 hybrid Toyota that we use for our training vehicle and for the second officer on call. And we're on call 24/7 throughout the fire hall, so there's always an officer who has a vehicle on call at home with a vehicle so that we can respond because of our minimum manning.
Just for my clarity, that's required just so there's a siren and light on that vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, so that we can respond to an incident.
Thank you.
Councillor Kirby, please.
My only questions are not questions. They're just, I just wanted to commend you, given that this is the 4th time we've had you here for a budget, I think. And every year it seems to get better, and the news gets better from as far as the mental health and wellness of the staff and the reduction in costs for sick leave and overtime. So my only comment is to commend you for your leadership and on that health and wellness program, the succession training and training in general. You have a multi-year plan for training and equipment replacement. And as I went through all the supplementary documents, it just stood out to me that just excellent management, and I really am impressed by how much you've done. So thank you.
Thank you through the chair. I would like just to speak to, I've been 4 years in the lead role, but I've had 14 years of this sitting before you in the secondary role, so I hope I'm getting better. I do want to speak to the training piece, though, and we do have a 5-year training plan. Last year and, this year and next year, there was to be increases in it. We realized that there isn't an opportunity for us to increase that budget at this time. We're going to continue to manage where we are, strictly because we don't have the manpower or the overtime budget to cover the costs of the training, especially with impending wages and such coming forward. So we believe that we can meet our standards through what we're trying to do here, and our opportunity to move forward with that plan is going to change somewhat next year. So.
Thank you. No other questions on that. Let's move to capital fire, please, and that is on page 1. of the, of our capital documents. And we see there's the sewer lateral, which we've heard a little bit about. This is the other part of that equation, and also replacing Battalion 1.
Through the chair to speak, the sewer lateral replacement on the fire side is not an option. The pipe is actually broken. We managed to get a roto-rooter in there to take a portion of it out so that we can flush the toilets right now. But this is imperative that this gets fixed. It's an 80-year-old piece of sewer pipe that goes into a CRD trunk line. We have worked a deal with the CRD so that we don't actually have to take it to our own municipal line, because if we did, we'd be looking at somewhere between $60,000 and $80,000 to do this sewer lateral, as opposed to the 22 feet that we're doing out to the backyard. So from our perspective, unfortunately for council, there isn't an option here. We did find a way to do it so that it is within capital reserve, so it's not new tax. With regards to Battalion 1, the chassis of the vehicle has been purchased. It's in intercontinental truck body in Vancouver. This was approved by council last year. We carried it over into this year as the truck didn't arrive until December, and they actually didn't bill us until last week, which was a bonus. So we kept made a little bit of money for the chassis part of it. We've now paid for the chassis, and they're building the box in Vancouver right now. Some good news on that is they would like to, because this vehicle is specific for Oak Bay and designed for small streets and community, Wayland Sirens and Lighting saw the concept of this vehicle and asked if Oak Bay would be in favor of a $20,000 lighting upgrade to the vehicle for a small rescue truck, which of course we said that would be great. What's the flip on that? And all they wanted was the opportunity to take it to the fire chiefs in Vernon and show it off so they could sell more of them, which ITB was more than happy to do as well. From our perspective, it's not a big deal to have it an extra month and a half or 2 months before we receive it. So we'll actually receive this vehicle June the 13th or 14th of the year. So,
Thank you very much. Any other questions on either of those? Yes, Councillor Murdoch, please.
I apologize, I should have looked this up, but I didn't. Is that 146,522 the same number that was approved in the budget last year?
that's the number that was amended as of September last year and approved by council.
Okay, thank you very
And
much.
all of that came from reserve. So, I just want to speak to that the Battalion 1 that we currently have will be sold off through our asset management, so it won't be maintained by the fire department.
Thank you. No other questions? And then we go on to the third aspect of protective services. This is the one that we'll ask Deputy Fire Chief Hughes to give us a little heads up on, a little overview, and see if there's any questions. And we're on page 17, and I don't think there's any capital being asked for this year. Is that correct?
Your Worship, that's correct. There's
Okay.
no capital being requested this year.
Okay.
You can see from the 2016 budget to the 2017 budget, it does show a overall 3.3% increase. The lion's share of this is both salaries and benefits for our full-time emergency program manager, and that's just a regular stepped increase in her position. There have been some minor changes in some other areas as well. As you can see, we can see that the transfer to reserve is still there. That remains the same at $5,000 for our municipal emergency response vehicle. If you come down to the third line, you can see our conferences and meetings. We were significant. We were about 1,000 lower that year, and that had to do with our emergency program manager having her conference attendance in Vancouver. She entered a draw and received a full paid registration and hotel room over there. So she's really good at entering things like that. Our telephone's been reduced. That's just to reflect real costs. And outside of that, we've got our rentals are also down. And again, that's a result of our emergency program manager, Eileen Grant. She's fairly tenacious at getting a good deal on places. And now we've actually added to our emergency program working group team, Rob Johns, and he's the emergency program manager at the University of Victoria. And we're now coming online with some very reasonably priced or no cost classrooms up at the University of Victoria. So, and that's all through Eileen Grant's good work
Okay.
and networking in the community.
I suppose we should ask Councillor Braithwaite to put that in the credit department when it comes to U of Vic. It's only fair. Yeah, $10 for that. That's good. Thank you.
I will mention too, within the paperwork, it mentions the supplemental tab. There was going to be a request for a $5,000 contract for a hazard risk and vulnerability analysis contractor to assist with both Eileen and myself and the fire chief in doing an updated analysis for the community. As it turns out, through EMBC and the CRD, there's a regional initiative to look at emergency preparedness, and so both in light of maintaining a low increase on the budget and in just resulting from the fact that there's going to be a regional initiative. Both the emergency program coordinator, the fire chief, and myself as the deputy coordinator, and Eileen Grant will handle that within existing staffing and budget numbers.
Good. Good regional cooperation. Thank you. Any questions for Deputy Fire Chief? Yes, go ahead, please, Councillor Zalka.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Very impressed with the program and the good works that they do and that staff does. I wanted to ask some general questions. What are the total number of volunteers, and what are some of the groups? So the names of some of the groups in terms of what they do. In terms, because this is not a lot of money, but I understand we actually marshal a lot of people.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Zelka. In fact, we've been building over the last 5 years. We've doubled our volunteer complement, including the working group, of which, of course, you're a liaison on there. We have a total of about 60 volunteers, and it's quite amazing the work that they do. The breakdown there is we have what's called a Level 1 emergency social service team, and that's the team that responds if, for instance, when the satellite fire was occurring. That team responds to assist with residents that have been displaced, especially during the first 72 hours, and they supply all sorts of information, how to access services, set up hotel rooms, and assist those people in their time of need. We then have an educational group, and these are the educational programs you see at Windsor Park and other facilities, and probably at UVic now as well. And that's educating the community on emergency preparedness, because as with any disaster, it's really going to be up to the community to be prepared, because the fire department and police and emergency services will be very busy with the significant infrastructure challenges that we have. So that's the educational team. And then we have our communications team, and our communications team are the team that work out of the what we call a radio shack in the antechamber right next door here. And they're amateur radio operators, and I don't really like that name, amateur radio operators, because they're really professional radio operators, but it's called amateur radio or ham radio, and their use is to communicate using the amateur bands when the other communication facilities are down. So, and the other group from that is, of course, the working group, and we're very fortunate to have some very talented people on there, including both the previous emergency manager from UVic, Daphne Donaldson, and the current emergency manager, who was the emergency manager of the City of Victoria, Rob Johns.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Kirby, please.
I was just looking for the numbers to see how far along we are with our with the reserve fund for the replacement of the emergency response vehicle. So I don't see it in the listing of municipal reserve funds, but
I'll have Ms.
we just
Carter
started that, right?
Through the chair of Councilor Kirby, I'll have Ms. Carter correct me if I'm wrong. I believe we're at $30,000
Oh,
for the
okay.
replacement of Murph.
Okay.
The ruler is coming out. And the glasses are going on.
And just while we're waiting, do you have an idea how much it'll cost to replace Merv?
That's a difficult question at this time. We've looked, it could be anywhere from, $40,000 to $70,000, depending on what we're using it for. Remembering that Merv is also our alternate communication station for amateur radio operators, so that in the event that we have a catastrophic failure here at the municipal hall and the radio room, for instance, during an earthquake, that's our mobile communications point. So we haven't gotten to the point where we've looked at what the cost is going to be, but I would say somewhere in that range, depending on whether it's a new vehicle or if we're able to find something that we could alter within the existing municipal fleet as we did with our current vehicle that we have now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No other questions then for the Deputy Chief? All right. Thank you very much. We're now going to go on to the next step, and that is the referrals. So if you can go to the referral tab, and there was a slightly updated document for that, just so we know, with an extra column in there, so we have the amounts for some of them here that we had set aside in 2016, just to kind of do a comparison. And for each of these reserves, we also have on our iPads a backup documents if anyone wants to refer to them. It's kind of like a bit of an eye test now. Hold your hand over one eye. And here we have it in kind of a fuchsia, I would think, and about some of these referrals. So this is where we're at. All right, so Ms. Carter, it says beginning balance, and can you just explain what we're looking at there?
So through your worship, the information that's up on the screen in the pretty color that it is our starting point when we started the budget discussions and the tax levy that would be required at that time, and it was showing 3.31%. So this is just the running balance. And as we go through the referrals, we can add and subtract
All right,
to show what the impact on the taxes would be.
perfect. All right. So I think so it's kind of budgeting live. Now, we have a list of referrals, and we also have a list of issues that were captured last week. I didn't capture any new ones today, that I would also suggest that we come back to once we've gone through the referrals. Those issues from a variety of counselors that I have is the issue of an IT manager. An issue was raised about reducing the arts funding. There was an issue, and I'm not necessarily going to suggest in any particular order, issue of the 1% asset management levy this year. There was an issue that was raised, and perhaps we can at some point deal with this almost as an informational item, whether or not we could use the old snow reserves to reduce the impact of this year's heavy snow drain. So I think we heard a bit of an answer from that if it's used for operations and it is not for a specific project, it falls into general surplus.
That's correct, and Your Worship, I did go further back looking to see if we had any additional funds set aside for snow reserve, and I was not able to locate any.
Okay, so that's the answer to that one. We won't come back to that. There was an issue about Thompson sidewalks and the intersection, and what, if anything, could be used out of the federal gas tax. And I think we can probably look at that in conjunction with the 1% issue. And then finally, I have on my list, should we increase the curb drop budget for more curb drops? So those are the ones that are kind of in the wings that we will come back to. And so for now, we would turn to the list that we have. And if we could work off the new list that has the added column which shows the 2016 allotment. So if we could just go down them numerically, and they are numbered right from 1 through 23. I just have a moment. Go on to the supplementals after that, or if that's part of it. Okay. Thank you. So the first one is the South Island Prosperity Project, and I'm just going to ask Councillor Croft just to give us a little bit of a context of that, what this is, what it does, and how we got into it. I think we paid last year the equivalent of about a half a year's levy, but I think there was a tacit understanding that we would continue to pay for a number of years. Councillor Croft, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I have a report here from the South Vancouver Island Prosperity Project from September 2016. They presented us originally with a 5-year plan, of which the first amount, as you suggest, is the $26,233 for about half a year. The balance would be $44,331 the remaining 4 years. The project is off the ground. There are 11 municipalities involved. There are First Nations involved, as well as 17 private sector and institutional nonprofit partners. Their first annual general meeting is scheduled for later in May, and we'll have an update on where the organization is at that time.
So, and as we go through this year, I think it's worthwhile having motions or consensus on each one of them. Is that what staff prefers? We take them one at a time?
Yes, Your Worship. Our preference would be look at each one and have a motion.
Yeah, okay. So perhaps we can look to you, Councillor Croft, as to whether or not there should be a motion.
I would move that the referred amount of $44,331 be included in the full rate.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Now, discussion or questions, please? Councillor Kirby and then Braithwaite, please.
I have one comment or question regarding the funding. And I don't know, maybe if you can answer this, Councillor Croft, but given that the Trudeau government just announced in their last budget that they're going to be funding using a cluster and innovation, they have a new fund for that. That's and I heard something on the radio about UVic working with Schneider Electric, and I thought it might have been somebody from the South Island Prosperity Project, a representative on the radio. So I'm wondering if they are looking to get additional grant funding, if they mentioned that in any of the meetings, and if they do, does that mean we can recover some of our costs, or is this just going to be a predictable ongoing thing that we are expected to fund, whether or not they seek out funding through those? Because it seems like that's the goal of it, right, is to work together and to build a hub for economic development.
Yeah, through you, Chair. The overall budget for the first 5 years is around $6 million, and so they are applying for grants, both through the provincial government and the Western Prosperity Fund, so there are grant fundings available through those sources. They were successful in obtaining a grant from the provincial government already, which was anticipated in their whole budget process. So I think that they are costing out in a correct method, their projected revenues and expenses to generate additional prosperity for the region.
Okay, Councillor Braithwaite, please.
Yeah, through you, Chair, can you just remind me what other municipalities pay? Is it the same as what we're being asked to pay, or is it on a per resident basis?
Through you, Chair, it's through a per capita basis, so we're all paying the same amount as per the resident in the community.
And the two municipalities that aren't in on it, I know Machosen, what's the other one?
I think it's Central Saanich or North Saanich. I can't recall right now. It's one of those two. I think North Saanich, actually.
I think it is North Sandwich, yep. Saanich, not Sandwich. And I might say thank you to staff member Mr. Jones for supplying lozenges to the two of us up here who are, I think I'm starting to have sympathetic coughs now. All right, so there's a motion on the floor. Oh, sorry, Councillor Murdoch, please.
I've just raised this this is a substantial amount of money for us as a municipality, and I think it's incumbent upon us to review this in terms of its benefit and what's being produced by the group going forward. So I've just asked that perhaps post AGM we get a report back on this and just continue to look at it. I would note this is more than half of what we pay, or the BIA spends to bring literally tens of thousands of people into our community and boost our businesses and so forth. So I just want to make sure that we're getting value for the money here. I appreciate it's a regional development piece, but I think we always have to have the requirement of making sure our money's being well spent. So thank you.
Thank you. You heard that, Councillor Croft?
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to have the Executive Officer, Emile de Rosenthal, come and do a presentation to Council at the appropriate time.
And the appropriate time might be when there's a bit of a track record leading up to probably near the end of this year, leading up to our next budget cycle. All right, I'm going to call a question. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Thank you very much. So we add that to the budget.
Are we adding 18,000? Are we adding 44,000 or 26,000?
No, 26,233 is already in the budget, right? And so we're adding the difference, the net difference. No, so the total amount will be 44,331, correct? Okay. Okay. The next one is the Oak Bay Figure Skating Club. You will see that we didn't give them anything in 2016, and that's because they only do this every second year, and it's an event coming up later this month, I think. So the request essentially is to offset the ice rentals for both rehearsal time and the two ice shows held on the same day, and that's the equivalent of 6,500. My recollection in the past years, we haven't, we've kind of offset part of it, but not all of it. It's just as a reminder. So, Councillor Ney, do you want to speak?
Thank you,
to
Mr. Mayor. I'm going to recuse myself because I have two grandchildren that are members of the skating club. Thank you.
Okay. So you want us to do the figure eights while you're outside the room? Okay. Okay. So we would need some kind of motion, one way up or down, or Councillor Braithwaite.
Can I just ask perhaps Mr. Herman, do you recollect what it is that we did the last time they came? Was it half of the amount that they asked for? Do you remember? Sorry to put you on the spot.
Through the chair, vaguely, that I think it was about half 3,200 or something like that, but you know, that's my best recollection.
So
I'm just trying to see if it's in our
it is. It says
document.
2546 apparently. Yeah.
2546?
Yeah.
2015. So would that have been half of at the cost of that time of ice rentals? Have ice rentals gone up?
It would have been close.
Okay. Thank you.
So
I'd move $2,500.
second.
Moved and seconded that $2,500 go to the Oak Bay Figure Skating Club, who does skate out of our rec center. Moved and seconded. Discussion. Councillor Kirby, please.
I feel like this is something that's got a direct impact to Oak Bay. It meets all of the requirements of, I think, of something that we should be funding. It's the only item in the entire list that applies to youth. And I feel like that's an investment that, you know, that is explicitly for youth. You know, we haven't got to the Need to Suicide Prevention Program, but aside from that, like there's no other youth funding that we do directly through our grant program. And both shows are in Oak Bay on April 29th. And it's a community event. It's supporting not only youth, but also people with disabilities and special needs. And I think this is it's a very valuable event and it's something, you know, that they aren't gonna find the funding elsewhere. It's gonna come from families, and higher fees for the show, or higher fees for kids entering the show, or skaters entering the show. So it all goes back to Oak Bay Rec. It's cycled back into our rec program. I feel like this is a subsidy that's worth making.
Okay. Councillor, we'll start with Braithwaite, and then we'll go to Councillor Croft.
Thank you. I think there are a few other things on this list that do encompass youth in some way, shape, or form, like the Community Association of Oak Bay does things around youth. The Friends of Uplands Park does things around youth, Oak Bay Sea Rescue. But I think that why I would like to stick with the $2,500 is that we could then get other groups that utilize our services at the rec center, for example, Bays United Soccer, who puts on wonderful tournaments at Christmas time. And if they start coming and asking for that type of funding as well, then it really cuts into the amount of money that the rec center can utilize to stay solvent, basically. So I think that we have to be very cautious of how many grants we give out to these different groups that come. And I agree that this is a wonderful group. I think for me personally, the $2,500 is a reasonable amount to give them to offset the fees that they would pay at the rec center. Because I think, again, that if we start doing it for this group, then we would have to do it for other groups as well.
Thank you. Councillor Croft.
I'd like to refer the fellow councillors to the budget, and they actually show their expenses of $30,100, their revenue of $30,100, which includes a municipal grant of $1,500, not $6,500. So I think we're being quite generous in giving them $2,500, because that will go and offset some of the fees and costume charges that they'll have.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor. I see no other hands. All in favor? It's $2,500. Opposed? None opposed. Thank you. It passes unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Nay can be encouraged to come back. Number 3, Greater Victoria Festival Society. This is the first time I think they've asked for funding. Anyone wishes to make a motion for them? Thank you. Go ahead.
I wish to move $2,500 for the Greater Victoria Festival Society to fund the Island Farms Victoria Day Parade.
Is there a seconder? I see no seconder. Unless there's any other motions, we're going to move to number 4. Thank you. See no other motion. 4, Creative United for Planet Society. This is a first-time request, $2,500 to help fund and manage the website and broadcast to Oak Bay residents through advertising and social media. Anyone wish to make a motion? Go ahead, please.
No, with the wide support that this group has, I would definitely be proud to move a motion for $2,500 to Creative United for the Plant Society to add our support to the Lieutenant Governor and the various politicians across the spectrum in support of this group. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? Okay, there's no seconder. Is there any other motion? See no other motion. Thank you. So there will be no funding for that group. Having said that, we can always come back later, even when we're on council. But I think we should really just move forward. Community Association of Oak Bay asking for $2,000. Previous they got $1,500. Is there a motion?
I would move that we approve $2,000 for the Community Association of Oak Bay.
Sure. There's a seconder. A discussion. Go ahead, please, Councillor Murdoch.
I think the amount we've given in the past, the $1,500, has been quite significant and helped to offset some of their costs, but they've also, again, seeking other sources. Plus, they have quite a substantial cash reserve in that organization right now. I would also point out that they not only asked the council directly for funding, but they went to the Heritage Foundation, and we have a $3,000 grant for the Heritage Foundation, and sought funding directly from them outside of this group for another $400 just recently, which was approved to help fund the rental of a room for their AGM and a heritage talk. So I think that I think 1,500 is probably I probably personally feel more comfortable with 1,500 minus the 400 because I think it's groups should be coming to us once and not multiple times through multiple agencies that we fund. So I think at the most I would support 1,500 and probably prefer to take some of that back.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Yes, go ahead, please.
Well, aside from the fact that this is they do several events, and they plan this year, especially with the Canada 150, to do a special event. They do a beach cleanup. They participate in summer markets. They hold a community fair. They have done 2 forums recently that on the foreshore and the shoreline. I learned a lot actually about green shores because they brought in a speaker on that topic, and I hope that we would give them as much support as possible, given also that the derelict boat issue that's ongoing has brought a lot of attention to the our eelgrass beds and the foreshore, nearshore issues of pollution and how do we maintain that resource. I don't know. I think that this is an investment that we get so much back from as far as an education component for our community, and the efforts going on in Cadborough Bay regarding the cleanup of derelict boats. I know that the Community Association is working with them as well. So this is an investment into something that's saves us a lot of money and also helps us with the with education of our community. I feel like this is a great tool for us as a council for community engagement as well. So the more we give them, the more they help us to spread the word on important issues like those. So I would support the entire amount.
Thank you. Councillor Braithwaite? He's already spoken, so we're gonna go first time speakers.
Okay, thank you. I understand what Councillor Kirby's saying, but also in looking at their budget, it does show that their revenue is $7,098 and their expenses are $4,200, but I do notice that they have their reserve funds in there. I do have a little bit of difficulty with the what I would consider double dipping, so it'll be interesting to hear other comments around the table to see where we go with this. Thank you.
Councillor Murdoch. Any other first time speakers? Councillor Murdoch.
No, I don't want to suggest that.
Okay, you don't want to. Sorry,
No, I don't want to suggest
Okay.
that they don't. Community Association of Oak Bay does not provide any value. I guess my point is that, the Heritage Foundation, for their total budget for all their talks, they make an effort at cost recovery and so forth, and it's less than half of $1,500 for their like 4 or 5 talks every year. I don't think we should be the sole funder for these things. There's a very small membership group that pays. To my mind, I appreciate, there's former presidents of this organization sitting here, and you've got vested interest and feelings on this. I look at the actual benefit to the community for that money. I think we have to kind of weigh that against what's coming. I don't really have an issue with the $1,500. I think increasing it again this year, when they're running a surplus and they have reserves, isn't appropriate. If there's specific events that they want to run, I would be happy to consider those as part of our funding. We did that with the Sonoyeth pool. We've done that with other aspects. But I think just in terms of funding operational pieces, my neighborhood gets together and does beach cleanups. Schools do that. They don't ask for funding. I think there's a certain reasonableness to expect that the community should not be paying 100% of the cost on these things.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Yes, go ahead, please, Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. Speaking in favor of the motion, if this council chose to do more town halls, I would feel more comfortable offering less money to the Community Association of Oak Bay. However, this association does a fabulous job making sure that our community is well informed and has a chance to discuss in open session a lot of very, very important ideas. So I'm in favor of the whole $2,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the vote? All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Murdoch, Councillor Braithwaite opposed. Thank you. It passes 5-2. Thank you. Oak Bay Heritage Foundation has asked for $3,000 this year, and last year they were given $3,000.
I move $3,000 to Heritage Foundation.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Murdoch.
I would just point out, this amount will probably go up in future years. I really have to commend this group as liaison. They make every possible effort to find funding for things. This $3,000 covers all kinds of grants to people for doing repairs to heritage homes and so forth. They've been very proactive in trying to seek out and drive relationships with people who have heritage buildings and to encourage them to use some of these grants. So I would expect, because those are starting to come rolling in now, that we'll probably expect a larger number in future years. So I'm just putting it out there for awareness. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Thank you very much. Next one is Vancouver Island South Film and Media Commission. They got $10,000 last year. They're asking for $10,000 again. Do we know, just as do we know how much we took in from the film companies in terms of rentals and the like? No, so far this year. Well, also 2016. Because 2016, it far exceeded $10,000. Yeah, it was a very significant amount.
Your worship, if you bear with me, I might be able to get the 2016 figures. I'm not sure. I know there's been a fair amount of activity in 2017.
So far?
But yes.
Okay.
I'll make the motion of approving the $10,000.
Okay. We may not have to bear with you. You keep looking though, because there may be discussion. Discussion, please. Councillor Murdoch.
Just so I'm absolutely clear, it sounds like I guess the cost recovery, if you're going to look at it that way, of this funding is coming back to us in terms of the fees for the street rentals and so forth. Just want to confirm that. Is that accurate? I know that's what Mr. Herman is looking up right now, the exact amount. But I feel comfortable as long as it covers the
He's leaning
costs.
into the budget, so he must have found the right page.
Your worship, in 2016, we realized $10,000, $10,397 in fees, which I think was down from the previous year. But we've budgeted for $10,000 this year, but I think we've had a much stronger start to 2017 than we did 2016.
I guess I'm thinking of the Grace Point, which wasn't in 16, was it? It was in 15. That's when we had a really big year. Okay, my mistake. Further discussion?
Is there an added levy for changing the name of Oak Bay High School? Because there was 2 weeks where it was Alan Turing
Yes.
High School, so.
We'll be sending you the invoice for that, because you were the acting mayor when that happened. Our crews had to go out and correct it. No, just kidding you. Okay, further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Thank you. That's in. Next one is the Greater Victoria Bike to Work. They've had 2,000 before, and they are asking again for the same amount.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Moved, seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Friends of Upland Park, they've had 1,500 in the past. They were asking for 2,000 this year.
I'll move that.
Second.
Discussion.
What's the
ahead.
motion? Is it 1,500 or is it the 2,000?
It was 2,000, thank you.
Okay, I'll just make a point again. It'd be nice to see, I appreciate this is similar to last year in terms of equipment and so forth. The specifics of this, and again, no question that they bring a lot of value here. I just want to make sure that we're funding actual costs and not just general, but I don't mind in this case the $2,000.
Thank you. No other hands, all in favor? Opposed? I see none opposed, thank you. That was Friends of Uplands Park, sorry. I'm one row behind, trying to keep track of it all. Okay, City of Victoria Canada Day celebration. In the past, they've asked for 1,000. They've upped their game to 5,000, and probably in relation to the Canada 150.
I'll make that motion of 5,000.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Councillor Murdoch, then Councillor Kirby, please.
Again, I'm not sure that the full $5,000 is necessarily the right amount on this one. I appreciate it's a special year for all the things going on, but we're going to have a number of events here with Parks and Rec and so forth as well going on. So I'd probably feel more comfortable in that $2,000 to $2,500 range on this one.
Okay, Councillor Braithwaite, please.
I would like to stick with the 5,000. I think that this is a very special year, and I think that the majority of the events that are going to be going on in the City of Victoria will be on June 30th and July 1st in Oak Bay. We're actually not having an event on either of those days. As far as I know, I think we're having it on the 29th, perhaps. I can't remember. Yeah, anyhow, I think that because it is this is a one-time opportunity for us to put in the $5,000, and I think that what the City of Victoria will be putting on over those 2 days, it would be worth it for our residents for us to put that money in.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Croft and Councillor Ney, please.
I appreciate the sentiments on both sides, but I actually support Councillor Murdoch on a $2,500 donation to this. It's almost double what we have given in the past, and that's significant, knowing what we'll also be doing in our community.
Councillor Ney.
This, through your chair to somebody, I'm not sure who it is, but do we know how much Victoria's putting into this? Does Council Braithwaite know?
I think there might be, is it in those documents that's before us? It's very large, but they also get huge sponsorships. I think they're applying for huge, I suppose whether they get them is another question.
I think they're, if you look at their budget, they are getting sponsorship of $250,000, but their staffing and administration and programming comes to almost $500,000. So I think they are putting in quite a large amount.
Okay. I guess, again, Councillor Croft.
I believe that the City of Victoria got a federal grant that makes up that $250,000, as was given to capital cities across the country. So I think that's the source of that funding.
Okay.
But I think their total budget is $716,000.
Okay. I am more comfortable with half of what they're calling for, asking for, so I don't think I can support 5,000. Councillor Kirby.
I just remembered the presentation that was made by Councillor
Charlene Thornton-Joe.
Charlene Thornton-Joe. But and that it was a 2-day, 2 stages, musical events for, I think it's 2 days, 2 nights, and the opportunity for, lots of local performers to participate. And for $5,000, I think that's a pretty small contribution by comparison to help, and I'm sure that many residents of Oak Bay will partake. It's a free event. It's an all ages event. Yeah, I think it's fair.
Councillor Zelko.
Thank you, Chair. I found Councillor Charlene Thornton-Joe's presentation compelling, and I certainly feel that we need to contribute to the celebrations in the area, so I'd be fine to support the 5,000.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Well, now there's none opposed. Opposed to giving them $5,000? Okay, everyone's okay now, I guess. That's advocacy
I'm
for you.
persuasive.
Well, it shows that some of us are listening. Thank you. And that 3 point.
It's not over. It's not over till.
It's not over. It's not over. Okay. Oak Bay Sea Rescue Society.
I'd move
I'll move
the
it.
2,300.
Second.
Okay. Sorry. That was all people were talking there. Who's moved it?
I moved it.
Moved and it was seconded. Discussion. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Zelka.
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak in support of the motion. This organization is, as you are apt to say, our Navy, and I understand works very closely with emergency services, both fire and probably police at times as well. I know they're working very hard on getting a new boat, and a lot of their focus and energy is on that. So anything we can do to help them with the odd operational thing, that'd be great.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Murdoch.
Yeah, I think we have to be cautious not to become the default funder of all things capital for this group. They do a tremendous amount of work, and I think we have to recognize right now that they are in the middle of a very substantive fundraising effort for the new boat and so forth, and this is a relatively small amount of their overall budget to help with some very specific buys to meet their immediate needs. So I don't have any issue with the 2,300.
Thank you. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Thank you. Oak Bay Music Society wishes to put on 2 concerts in their summer program. Did they put on concerts last year? I was away for part of the year, but was it? Okay. Yeah, we did. We funded them 500 and they wanted another 500. Okay.
I'll move the $500.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Thank you. Oh, you're opposed? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, we go over to the next page, at least in the new document. Oak Bay Community Artists Society, and this is the annual brush up, amongst other things.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Okay, discussion. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Thank you. University of Victoria request for funds to support award championships.
That wasn't referred.
My apologies, Your Worship, that one
Oh,
should
that's
not
right.
be there.
Sorry, not referred. Sorry, I see. I looked at the wrong column. That's right. This is something that had already occurred. Need to suicide prevention education support. Request for funds to support the delivery costs of youth suicide prevention program. We have, a number of years ago, supported it. We gave them notice that we would be eventually eliminating support, which we finally did in 2016. They've come back and they've asked for $1,000. A motion?
I would move the $1,000.
Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion.
I'd like to motivate by saying, just that they do not receive, have not been managed to receive further funding despite our efforts to advocate on their behalf, and despite efforts at UBCM from other groups to encourage the provincial government to fund programs for suicide prevention, education, and support. And their presentation was very compelling, in that there were several youth identified at Oak Bay High School and at the middle school level, and that needed support, and they were able to provide that support. Not to mention the prevention and education that they've provided as well to support those kids moving forward. So until we see a provincial government that actually responds to the need, I think that it's up to us to support this program.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Murdoch?
I just support the motion that we've made as a council in the past. I think this is clearly a healthcare and outside of our jurisdiction, and we have supported them in the past. I just don't think it's part of our responsibility as a portion. It's a more broad, general organization that does not sort of fit the criteria of our guidelines.
Thank you. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Defeated 4-3. Opposed are Zelka, Jensen, Braithwaite, and Murdoch. Thank you. Councillor Zelka.
Thank you.
That's the
Chair.
next one, eh?
Regarding item 16, Oak Bay Volunteers, I declare a conflict of interest since I am a volunteer.
Thank you. Okay, we have the volunteers requesting, Oak Bay Volunteers who request 30,000.
Move approval.
Moved.
Seconded.
That's the same amount they asked for last time. Discussion? Yes, please go ahead.
I'm just wondering if we didn't we didn't ever hear back about whether they had managed to partner with, oh my goodness, James Bay Community Center, where there was an effort we were hoping that they would develop a partnership in order to receive some funding through
That's
that
failed.
program. That failed.
That's failed. I'm in the process of putting together a letter, not to the James Bay, but directly to the funder. Better at Home, I
Better
think
at
they're
Home,
officially
yes,
called out of
yes.
Vancouver. And that's on my agenda to write and ask essentially, the information that I have from Oak Bay volunteers is that a local community about the size of ours on the other side of Victoria gets $100,000 a year for their Better at Home program. Yet when you compare the number of seniors, comparatively, we have more seniors that probably need as much, if not more help. So I'm going to be writing to ask the Better at Home board as to would we qualify to be a $100,000 community, much like another CRD community is, and if not, why not? So, but there's no partnership at this point. Okay.
That's disappointing.
It is unfortunate. Discussion, all in favor, opposed, none opposed, thank you, $30,000. Maritime Museum is asking this year for $3,500. They got $1,500 before. They still run a little kind of area down by the Nootka Court, as I recall, but they don't have a museum per se. And this is more for maintenance of the artifacts. Motion? Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd be willing to move $1,000 in favor of the Maritime Museum. They've got an excellent service.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. So that's $1,000, please. Next one is the Gary Oak Ecosystem Recovery Team. This is a new request for $2,500. Will assist restoration on Trial Island and Harling Point to Gary Oak Systems.
I'd move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. All, yes, Councillor Murdoch.
I wasn't here for the presentation, but it looks from their application like they've had grants from the province in the past and didn't receive it last year. Is the intent of this to help sort of cover that gap? And if so, is that looking at this as a one-time thing, or are we looking at this as an ongoing funding option? Did they articulate that when they did the presentation? No. Okay. Thank you.
I don't think that was the point was made, but I do think if they're making efforts on Trial Island and Harling Point to local areas, I think that from what I recall is that this is efforts being made now on those areas, and it doesn't need to be ongoing necessarily at the same level. And also they're providing education opportunities for volunteers in Oak Bay to learn and carry on the work later on, much as we've seen with Friends of Uplands Park.
And for that, I don't have an issue with the ask in this case.
No other hands. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Thank you. Next one is the Threshold Society. This was the group that took over Easter Seals House of the United Church. They have a lease there. They came to us and asked to be treated much like, I suppose, one of the churches where we forgive the taxation. We thought it better at the time in 2016 to provide a grant to cover the remaining a year taxes, which was $16.91. And they've come back and asked for $42.33, which would cover the taxes that he otherwise would have paid to Oak Bay for this year. So I think we gave them some kind of indication that we would be open to that, but I entertain a motion.
I've moved the 4233.
Yes, thank you. Discussion? Go ahead, please, Councillor
Yes,
Zolko.
I understand this organization actually deals exclusively with children and youth. So I'm glad to see that we have a few programs to help our youth at risk. Thank you.
You know, I wouldn't call them children, but certainly are youthful. Any other speakers? Councillor Murdoch.
Again, I just, you know, we have so many organizations that do tremendously good work and we don't forgive their taxes. I just consider this a little cautionary piece here that if we get into sort of establishing the expectation that we're going to be covering all of the costs of taxation, I would expect that we're going to get a large number of influxes with that expectation from other also excellent organizations that provide great services to the community. So if that's the direction we want the grants to go, then we should probably consider that. If not, I would feel more comfortable with perhaps half this year and understanding that maybe we'll, because they're getting started in the community and so forth, that we do that for maybe another 2 or 3 years, but that wouldn't be the ongoing expectation.
Okay. Just before I go to you, Councillor Braithwaite, there are other organizations that we waive taxes for?
Your Worship, the other organizations that we waive taxes for are through the community charter, so things like churches would be an example. But organizations that are not owned by the municipality, we typically do not provide grants or, sorry, tax relief.
Thank you. So the baseball has a building, scouts and guides have a building, and that bowling lawn has a building. But there are buildings, so they don't, that's the reason they don't have to pay taxes?
That's
We
correct.
provide the buildings free of charge? Okay. So, Councillor Braithwaite now.
And I think if I recollect correctly, that last year when they came to us, we did say that we would give them a grant last year, but that the expectation was that they would possibly not be coming back to us looking for money to cover their taxes this year. I seem to remember that. So
Okay.
I have a bit of difficulty with this one too.
I have a slightly different recollection, but we were all
I
there. Councillor Kirby, please.
I think I remember you saying that you didn't want them to come back the next year, but they didn't, that there was no agreement. There was not a mutual consent thing there.
That's correct. Okay, so right now we have a motion for $4,233 grant. Any further speakers? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Councillor Braithwaite, Councillor Croft, Councillor Murdoch, Councillor Nay opposed. The motion fails. Any other motion?
I would move to $2,100.
Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Thank you.
Is it?
Sorry, it's 2,100 even, was it? Thank you. The next one is the Victoria Compost Education Center. They're looking to do Healing City Soils Project, a special project created to address soil health concerns in urban areas. We've not funded them before. This is the first time they're asking for $3,675.
Move $3,675.
Is there a seconder? Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion?
This is a specific project that applies to Oak Bay and was oversubscribed as soon as they posted it. They had, there was apparently an article in the newspaper, which I missed, asking people to participate in the project, and they immediately had more people than they could accommodate. And so it's an education program. It's encouraging people to understand how the health of their soils in their backyards, and if they're wanting to grow food, how that impacts the health of the food that they're growing. So the cost is only for this year. It's only for covering the costs of the soil sample testing and collection, and the sharing of the results. The results will be shared amongst the entire community, so we'll all benefit from that information, because I think you can generally assume that if you lived, for example, where I do, next to where the old fairgrounds were, that maybe my neighbor or somebody nearby has the soil sample that shows any kind of contamination or any other issues, that those same issues might impact my yard, and so I might want to do some testing myself. Or the opposite, that it's a very healthy soil, and I have a better chance of growing something successfully than other areas. So I think it's a really cool project. It's encouraging people to get outside and enjoy their yards and garden and eat the 0 Mile diet in the summer, or as long as you can, as long as you like kale. And so I think it's a worthy project.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Zelka, please.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed back in our, I guess, Public Works budget from the last time, the organic recycling test project finished last year, and there's nothing budgeted for this year. So this seems to me to be a good replacement for that. Thank you.
A good project and soil replacement. Is that what you're saying? Okay, thank you. Councillor Ney.
Yeah, thank you. In addition to Councillor Kirby's comments, which I support fully, the other thing I like about this program, it being a one-off, is that they're going to upload the soil test results onto a interactive open access map that will be available to all of us. So it creates a sustainable feature that we can reference to in the future. I like the project a huge amount, and it seems consistent with some of the principles and values that we've endorsed around sustainable growing and health and wellness.
Thank you. Councillor Croft, please.
Sorry, I wasn't at the presentation, so I really don't understand what they're doing, because I noticed that they have about $80,000 in cash. They have deferred revenue of about $29,000. It seemed like they have quite a bit of money, and I'm wondering why the homeowner is not actually paying to have their soil tested if they're testing soil in people's yards. I don't understand what the program is that we're being asked to fund.
Okay, thank you. I think maybe, I don't know if there's enough documentation. There's some documentation, but not very much. Okay, Councillor Murdoch, first time, and then Councillor Kirby a second time.
Oh, I'd be curious to hear Councillor Kirby's response, because of course I wasn't here for this presentation either, but I do. I'm happy it's a one-time cost. They're testing for heavy metals in a community that's never had industry located here. I'm just not sure if this is the best use of time and funds and so forth. And I agree, looking at the financials, why they would not be capable of funding significant amount of this out of their own piece of it. And my experience with these kind of maps is that very few people know about them and use them. So I'm hopeful. I imagine this will probably go through and it'll be well used.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby, second time, please.
Just to motivate, the presentation was very compelling because she's already done this elsewhere. She's done this in the city of Victoria, and I think Esquimalt had it, or maybe they're next. But given the number of people that do garden in Oak Bay, I think this is a cool education piece as far as soil. There's more to the soil, isn't there? They're not just testing for heavy metals. There's more to it. The bacteria in the soil, there's a lot more science to it. And so I think this is it's interesting. It's engaging. It's a community engagement piece that is around local food and local food movement, and it's a benefit to all of us. And the fact that there was that many people subscribed, so many people got excited when they read the article, tells me that the map will get used and the information will get used. Also the budget, she did explain it quite well, and it's the funding was all justified in her presentation. So I feel confident that the other thing was they wanted to make it not a fee for service, because they needed to make sure that it was open access, so that it wasn't if people that wanted to participate that didn't have the funds wouldn't be excluded. So it's an inclusive program.
Second time, Councillor Murdoch.
I'm reading off of their application, which is the project offers free soil testing for heavy metals and follow-up gardening best practice workshops for participants. That's their description of their actually offering.
She had more information during the presentation.
Yep. All right. No other speakers. I'm going to call the question. We're at 3,675. All in favor? Opposed? 4 opposed, Braithwaite, Croft, Murdoch, and Jensen. You want to try another number?
I'll move that we put 2,000.
Second.
It's going to start like, be starting like an auction soon. I think we've already said our piece. How do we feel about 2,000? Okay, anyone want to
This-
speak to the 2,000?
This is only this is just this year, and it's for Oak Bay, and exactly only Oak Bay. It's not for any other community. It's just for us,
Okay,
and
you.
it's a 1-year thing.
the point has been made, yes, and made again. Okay, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Same 4 people opposed. Last time, I'm going to entertain one more motion.
Let's try 1,000.
Okay?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Do we need any other discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Braithwaite's opposed. Thank you. We finally got to the right number. Sometimes you can get to yes. We're- Thank you. The Bateman Foundation, this is again a first time, and it's for Urban Sanctuary Project, a community initiative that aims to inspire others to become involved in the practice of healthy ecosphere with a special focus on 3 local migratory bird sanctuaries. $2,500 being requested.
Move $2,500.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Councillor Zelka and then Murdoch.
Thank you, Chair. Since one of those 3 migratory bird sanctuaries surrounds Oak Bay, I only feel it's reasonable for us to support an initiative like this to continue to raise awareness and to realize that we have to continue to live in harmony with our natural environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Murdoch.
Yeah, thank you. My only concern with this, I'm just not sure exactly what it's doing. It's in terms of the specifics, in terms of inspire others to become involved in the practice of healthy ecosystems around the migratory bird sanctuaries, but I'm not clear on what the $2,500 is specifically for. If maybe someone who saw the presentation could educate me a bit.
I was just trying to, sorry to interrupt. I was just asking Ms. Carter, was there someone here who would make a presentation? If there was, it doesn't stand out of my mind. I don't think there was. It's my best recollection. Okay, sorry, will you finish, Councillor Murdoch?
Well, I just, reading through it, it's extremely vague, and I think if we're going to fund something, I'd like to see what, I think I would feel more comfortable not funding this, but seeking some more clarification of activities specific to Oak Bay that we'd be funding. I think this is an incredibly laudable goal. This is a very important part of our ecosystem, but I think we have to be very clear about what funds are being used for if they're going to be given.
Okay. Let me just point one thing out, is that we typically have $10,000, and that is in the budget. That is an unearmarked grant proposal. So if they want to be very specific, assuming this is defeated, if they want to be specific, they can always come back and claim against that. That's in fact where the Threshold Housing Society got their money last year. So I don't disagree that it's a little bit vague and may not be sufficient to garner sufficient support. Councillor Croft and Councillor Zelka.
No, I agree. I think that, if this was a local organization that was working with the Bateman Foundation that needed funding to do whatever they were going to do, but it's not clear. It looks like it's just going into a general operating fund to fund their program that is about the bird sanctuary. And I have much respect for the bird sanctuary and the need to protect that and promote it because it's an unknown asset. But I don't know if this is the right organization to do that for us.
Thank you. Councillor Zelka.
Thank you, Chair. Question for Director of Financial Services. Is the $10,000 in the budget already part of the 3.72% tax increase? That's where we're currently at?
Through your worship, yes, it is.
Already in there? Thank you.
Okay. Any other speakers? Councillor Kirby.
Well, given that we've just improved signage of around the shoreline for the migratory bird sanctuary. They're coming up to 100 years, I think, fairly soon, celebrating that in 1923. So yeah, it feels like this is a serendipitous, to something that we should fund. And to build up to that event, to build the awareness of the migratory bird sanctuary, and just that we are an important bird area, an IBA, which I learned at a recent community association event. I feel like this is something that will benefit us. I think it's also spurs tourism, will support ecotourism. And given that the marina is starting to offer tours out of the marina, this might actually be a complementary program to support that. So I don't know, I think it's a good idea.
Thank you. Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you. I actually think that we would be better served to ask them to come back at a future date to give a little bit more explanation. I'd feel more comfortable than giving them money, the $2,500 that they're looking for. So I'll vote against the motion that's on the floor right now.
I think we're ready for the motion. The motion is to give them $2,500. All in favor? Opposed? 5 opposed. And so it's Braithwaite, Croft, Murdoch, Jensen, and Zelka. I don't think this is the kind of case where you wouldn't want to try another number unless we take a straw poll. Is there a sense that you want to do another number? Too many head shaking there for a different number.
Can I
Do
ask
you
a
want to try
question?
another number?
No, I would just like to know if we can ask staff to ask them to come back to a future meeting so
It's
that
part
they
of the
can give a-
report out. Let's double check to see if they were there last time, and maybe they weren't aware that they should have been there to answer questions, and then invite them. Okay, so, okay, now, regulation of secondary suites. It's number 22. So this is for strategic priorities, from strategic priorities to undertake regulation of secondary suites. The estimate is $124,000. I think the first night, though, when we discussed this, it was clear that that is a 2-year cost split into 60 this budget year and 64 next budget year. Am I right?
That's correct, Your Worship, and in addition to that, there is already $85,000 carry-forward funds in the budget.
Okay, that was for a specific project of infill, as I can recall it. And can that then be used, should council so decide, the $85,000 put towards 60 this year, and then the rest of it carried forward towards the 64 next year?
Yes, council can redirect those funds as they so choose.
Okay. So, pardon me, yes, go ahead.
A
Is this
question
yep.
relating to the 85,000. Is it possible we could also apply that 85,000 to another initiative, such as number 23, the zoning for non-conforming duplexes? Could it be applied to that as well, please?
Yes, that's at council's discretion.
Okay, we need a motion,
I would move that the funds go towards the regulation of secondary suites.
and that beats 60,000 this year.
If you like, we have 85, and we have a 39,000. I would like
Okay.
to make the whole motion. You can split it how you want, but
I'm
Give it
not,
to us.
I can, I'm the chair, but
Yeah.
it's not a splittable motion at this point. But from a staff point of view, do you need specific directions, or is that general direction enough? And I'm just trying to make sure that staff can work with us.
Thank you, Your Worship. More specific direction would be desirable.
okay, then I move that we include in the budget $124,000, 60,000 this year and $64,000 next year.
Okay, and you
To
still have the
the
first
secondaries.
part of 85,000, taking that and putting it towards there.
Yes.
Is that sufficiently clear and direct?
Yes, Your Worship. Just to clarify then, we would apply 60,000 of the carry-forward funds to 2017 and the balance to 2018.
That would be my motion.
Thank you. Okay, I'm glad we got that clarity. We need a seconder.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Now, let's discuss it. Councillor Zelka.
Thank you, Chair. A question for a Director of Financial Services. I understand approximately a year from now, we'll be doing budgeting again and estimates and those sorts of things. Does a motion like this bind our hands for budget and estimates next year? Or would we be able to redirect those funds even though we talked about applying a certain amount of them this year?
Through your worship, these funds will be applied to the current 5-year financial plan. When we revisit the financial plan next year, then council will have the discretion at that time.
To change it any way we choose, regardless of what we approve today.
That's correct.
Thank you. The only thing that would bind would be this year's budget of 60,000. That would be binding, but not on the latter part, because we can revisit that. All right? So did you want to speak further?
If I may continue, thank you very much. Will not be voting in favor of this motion. I find our tax increase is already at 3.72. I'd be interested in seeing what it would look like if we put in 124,000. What that would do to the tax number, or whatever the number would be. And I'm already. I can tell you that I'm going to get in trouble from the missus when we get home just at 3.72, let alone at 4.31. So I'm not quite sure. I'm hoping you'll have an opportunity for us to hear from the public once we get to that point in terms of whether there's a carrying capacity amongst the public in terms of the amount of tax increase that we're asking for something like this. So that's a general comment. I do wish to say that I think this is the wrong time with the amount of work that we have staff already budgeted to do, and with the marching orders that staff is under to achieve certain things by certain limits. I'm not sure that that this is the right time to be doing this. Maybe next year might be a better time, just when we're not under marching orders. It sounds to me like because staff has no capacity to do this, as they've told us, we'll have to spend all of this money hiring contractors to do this work. We can't do this internally, from what I understand.
Thank you. And in terms of your first point, I had mentioned how we were going to proceed with public engagement. Okay, Councillor Braithwaite, next please.
Thank you so much. I also will not be able to support this motion, only because, as I've said in the past, I think that we need a more wholesome or more fulsome strategy for housing, and I don't think that this is the way to go, and I would agree that staff does not have any capacity based on the things that they're bringing forward that they have to undertake for the next year. So I will have to, unfortunately, vote against this motion.
Okay, any other speakers? Councillor Kirby, please.
I would encourage council to support this initiative, given that it's we are the second last municipality in the region to regulate secondary suites, ahead of Highlands, which is a rural district and relies on septic systems, so doesn't have the capacity for a secondary suites necessarily. So, or a gentle densification approach such as this. I think given the housing crisis that is ongoing, this is timely, it's necessary. We've been working on this for a decade with various committees and consultations and engagement efforts. It's in the OCP with lots of support, as I've mentioned before. It's time to move this forward and ensure that people have secure housing that are living in secondary suites currently, and for those that need the mortgage helper, that they're able to have that support. I'm not sure how it's going to roll out, but I do believe that it's time to get on with it and start at least having some bylaw changes that would implement our OCP. It's now been 3 years since we developed that OCP, and we haven't made those steps forward of implementing, and I think that's overdue.
Thank you. Councillor Taranay, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question first, through you, Chair, to staff, if I may. I've just heard a couple of the councillors say that there's no staff capacity, and I do recall, my understanding is that there will be some contracting out. I would just like to ask staff to clarify how this would be managed, the program would be managed in terms of contractor staff capacity.
Well, initially, staff would be compiling a lot of information. That would be However, the heritage conservation area is our priority, but this secondary suite initiative would be initially started with staff, and then we would also be looking at a consultant to assist us with the public engagement that would be very intensive, I think, for this initiative.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you.
Any other speakers?
Sorry, follow-up
Oh,
questions,
sorry.
Mrs. Chair. So is there capacity within staff to do the initial work and contract management and/or whatever is required to roll out the program? That's really the question.
I think we do have some capacity to do the initial research and gathering of materials, and it would be, the contract would probably be awarded towards the fall, so it'd be the later part of the year, and that we would be able to manage.
So I hear that as a yes. Thank you very much. So I'm going to vote in support of this motion. I think this is long overdue for this community, and we are working within a context where there's a housing affordability crisis and a near zero vacancy rate, and we can add to that housing stock. And I also think that we really need to get both homeowners and renters out of the shadow of the law. This thing where people are renting but feeling fearful of a neighbor or somebody in the community lodging a complaint for sometimes warranted reasons, but often not warranted reasons, and it leaves our community, both homeowners and renters, living in this community in fear. And I don't think it's a good community builder, that the way we've got our complaint system set up. So I do support that we finally work towards regulating these suites, but there are two provisos as we move forward, and one is that we design the program in such a way that we're not starting to evict renters, or, and that can be done. There are different ways to grandfather and introduce the program in ways that it doesn't result in a mass of evictions, because that would be counterproductive to one of the objectives. And the other, that we're really thoughtful about how the program is developed in such a way that we're not spending a lot of upfront money in developing, and that we keep the development of the program in line with the uptake of the program in the community, so that it remains, the budget remains manageable and within reason.
Thank you. Any other speakers? First time, Councillor Murdoch. Then we'll go to second time speakers.
Thank you, Chair. I think a couple things are worth clarifying. Despite Mr. Thomason's comments here, we had a report from the CAO with a very clear recommendation that they did not think it was feasible to take on secondary suites or duplexes or housing strategy for that matter, given the next now 11 months of everybody at the thing to get our assets done. So I think the staff obviously want to try and help if that's the direction going forward, but we actually do have a pretty clear recommendation from administration that that is not the case. That is not a reasonable expectation of staff. It's going to break other things, and it's going to put at risk the work that we have to get done to get our grants done by the end of March of next year. I think that is probably the most compelling reason to not move this forward right now. I don't think it's worth risking the $1.X million that we have in grants if we can't get that done, if we don't have all hands on deck. I also refer back to the OCP and its recommendations, and the next stage of that was to look at taking the generalities of the OCP in terms of housing possibilities, and to map that much more to a detailed plan in terms of where the community wants to see density. And a lot of the conversations we're going to be having as part of the secondary suites are conversations that that would be much better suited, to my mind, within a broader housing context, i.e., why would we be looking at secondary suites if we're close to to the commercial centers, if we, in fact, we want to increase density in those areas. We're going to have looking at a lot of houses being torn down to be rebuilt with suites at a time where we may actually want to see those taken down and actually replaced with townhouses, if that's the community will. I just think that there's a logical course of action that's laid out in the OCP fairly clearly. Why we deviate from that as a pet project to go and take care of existing secondary suites, which house people right now, I'm actually in favor of regulating secondary suites and bringing it to the fore. I just would like to see that done as part of a broader community conversation. I think we get much better buy-in. I think we get a much calmer and more reasoned approach to it, and I think we get a much better result looking 50 or 60 years down the path in terms of our community. The primary thing here, though, is I think, if I'm looking at this in the broader context of what are the strains in our community right now, we have an asset management plan that's coming forward that's looking at, well, in the neighborhood of a couple of $100 million or more to replace all of our assets. I just look at our budget, and we haven't got to the broader conversation yet, but I don't see how we can do anything other than, essentially stick into a bit of a holding pattern here, focus on the infrastructure, focus on the infrastructure in terms of actually doing projects, put the money aside because we know we're going to have to be spending large amounts of money, freeze any sort of ancillary spending on capital or staffing costs where necessary, and really focus until we get that asset plan. I can really map out what our real needs are for this community over the next 10 to 50 years and can attach that to some financial numbers. I don't see how we should be spending $125,000 on this, especially when we could cover most of this cost within a housing strategy that I think would be much more beneficial. I believe quite strongly that the secondary suites regulations will come out quite naturally out of a process that we actually map this into a more rational and more sort of cohesive plan for the community that we can get buy-in on. So I have a very hard time with this for all those reasons. I hope members of council have a bit of an open mind on this one. It's not, are we in favor of or against secondary suites? That is not the question here. The question here is, do we assign the $125,000 for this? Do we defer housing strategies in a broader housing?
Who would like an education when you get home, go onto Google, search vacation rental by homes for Oak Bay, and you'll be amazed how many houses come up today for people who are already renting their houses out for less than a month, and how much money they're making. And as soon as the rest of our population realizes that we're not regulating that, we're not stopping that, we're not doing anything to do bringing some of those regulations in, this is some of the worries that I have about our community. And I would much rather focus on some of those issues rather than some of these stopgap issues that this appears to be addressing. Thank you.
Thank you. Second time speaker, Councillor Braithwaite, please. Oh, sorry. We're going to go over there and then over there. Kirby, then Braithwaite. Sorry.
Thank you. I just wanted to draw your attention to the OCP. There's I think 3 things that were marked as high in regards to level of effort required and the action in the action plan. And in the short term, then the one and only thing in planning was update the zoning bylaw to include provisions related to secondary suites, infill housing, sustainable and energy efficient technologies, parking requirements, home-based businesses, amenity zoning, and heritage conservation areas. So these are priorities that came through the surveys, the consultation, the engagement process through that 2-year OCP review. It hadn't been done in 31 years. We are behind the 8 ball. This is one of 2. The other thing is the other one that's marked is an urban design plan for Oak Bay's villages, which we know needs to be done, but we can't get to just yet. I can't express just how important I think that it is to show some action, to actually change a bylaw, to change a zoning bylaw, to make something come from the OCP that we can show the community that we are taking action on the OCP, and it needs to be implemented. It's overdue. And then the other thing is, I just want to remind everybody that this is a health and safety issue as well, that if we don't know that we have residents in a secondary suite, if it's never been inspected, it's not to meeting health and safety standards necessarily, and that we may be putting lives at risk. And that's unfortunate, and I think that's our responsibility as a council to oversee that the implementation should happen now.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby. Councillor Braithwaite, please.
Thank you. I'll actually just touch on something that Councillor Kirby just brought up, which is the health and safety issue. And I think that perhaps when we're looking at secondary suites, we might find that, going back to something that Councillor Ney also said as well, is that we might be causing people to not have a place to stay, because when we go in and look at these secondary suites, it could be that they're not up to building code. And if they're not up to building code, I'm sure that the fire chief and the building manager here would also say that people shouldn't be allowed to live in suites that aren't up to code, or something to that measure. So I think that, you know, it's a really tough position. We're in a position where it's almost like we're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't, because a lot of the residents in Oak Bay aren't for secondary suites. I think, going back to something that Councillor Zelka said, a lot of them are. But if we go into it right now, I think that without going into it with a more fulsome look and a more fulsome housing strategy, it's the wrong thing to do right now. And so I think that, you know, for me, again, I can't support this right now. I could support it further down the road, but I don't think I could support it now, right now, looking at all the different infrastructure charges that we have coming up. So, again, I won't support it.
Thank you. Councillor Ney, please.
Thank you, through your chair. Through staff, one more time. I just want to get clarity, if I may, please. I heard one of the councillors saying that if we engage in this secondary suite program, it could put at risk grants for next year. So it's along the lines of the question I asked previously. Is this going to put at risk the work we're doing around asset management and infrastructure development? Like, would that be so? Like, is it one or the other? Okay, Mr. Jones.
Maybe I'll take a crack at this. I think what we said in our last report was that if council was interested in pursuing these, we would need to do them in some type of an order. And what we suggested would be that we believe the highest priority is the heritage conservation area, and that we would move ahead with whichever of these other matters council wished to pursue once we knew we had the capacity to do so. And so that's how we would intend to move ahead. We'd want to make sure we've got that first project in hand and are comfortable understanding the resources that we would be required. Once we have determined that we have capacity to manage the second project, whatever it may be, then we would move ahead with that. So from staff's perspective, it's a bit uncertain as to when we would actually start it, because we would want to make sure, sorry for reiterating over and over, that we actually do have the capacity at that time to do it.
Thank you very much. That is how I understood it, so that I can rely, we can rely on staff to make those decisions as you move along. That the work around applying for grants and stuff for infrastructure, that won't be undermined. You're going to keep it in check. You're going to the HCA, and when it's appropriate, when enough has been accomplished there, then staff would make the call about moving forward with the next part of the program, the secondary suite program. So there will always be capacity. You're not going to overload yourselves.
Through the chair, we would keep council informed, because there's obviously lots of interest. So we would say, you know, here's the progress we've made on the heritage conservation area, and we feel now that we might be in a position to begin the next program, be it secondary suites or some other thing. But we really want to be upfront, because we don't want to overcommit that we're going to get these going at the same time, because that won't happen.
No. Okay. So I have confidence in staff being able to manage the workload, and that it won't undermine the work of addressing infrastructure and asset management. And I don't think it's just either or, because staff knows how to do this work. They know how to plan their work, and they know how to manage their workload. So I'm going to vote. I'm going to continue to stay with voting with this, and I'm not concerned with the staff overload or that it will undermine our efforts to address the infrastructure and asset management work.
Thank you. I think we're ready for the question. Third time. Anything new arising from what other speakers have, as opposed to just reiterating? Something new? Think, go ahead then.
Yes, I wouldn't speak unless it was new. Thank you, Chair, for your concern for my words. I appreciate that. Trying to be evidence-based in the decision-making that I take, I tend to look for other areas, other districts, other cities, and maybe they can advise, or we can actually see what happens when certain programs are brought forward. I've had a chance to look into the Victoria program, the District of Delta's program for secondary suites, and a number of other ones, and just to do a broad survey, just to get us some idea of what kind of participation have they been able to pull forward, what kind of impacts on the environment and on the streetscape has occurred. And I just wanted to bring out a couple of facts to the table, these facts that were compelling for me. In general, even though many of these areas, for example, District of Delta still spends $350,000 per year on their staff specifically devoted to secondary suites, they cannot get more than 5% of their housing stock participating in the secondary suite program, which, according to BC Assessments, is approximately what we have today here in Oak Bay. Approximately 5% of our housing stock has the capacity for a suite today. Delta originally had fees and various other utility costs to make their program self-supporting. They had to waive all those fees to try and get the 5% numbers up. But because the homeowner must turn their single-family home effectively into a duplex. They have to rebuild the kitchen. They have to make it legal for a second oven. They have to do a fair bit of work. They have to put in a second water line in many of these areas. There's a lot of work that has to be done to modify the house. In addition to buying, of course, the building permits and the various fees for modifications, plus the yearly fees, supposedly, assuming it was self-supporting, to try and make sure that the other 95% of the population, isn't essentially subsidizing the 5% which is going forward with secondary suites. In speaking to Councillor Nay's sort of point about just being careful of the costs, with only 5% participation, and yet with a lot of upfront costs from the district side, literally 100% of the population pays so that 5% can benefit to a large extent. Are we pulling our weight as a region and helping with the housing crisis? Maybe that's enough where people will feel that their tax is being increased, so that the next door neighbor can have more cars and more people in the house. Maybe maybe people will abide by that. I don't know. I know that it was a bit iffy for me, because with the changes that are required to the house for a secondary suite in many of these other districts, they had to increase the coverage of the front boulevard from 25%, which we have today for a car, to 50% for 2 cars for off-street parking. So we're now talking about more off-street parking for the secondary suites. Where are the trees going to go? They've also basically also increased to a maximum of 60% of the total lot area may be covered by impermeable materials. Where's the water runoff going to go? If we're covering it, we're basically starting to turn our wonderful little town and starting to think like we're a city. And I'm really worried about the transition. I'm really worried about what we're going to lose if we start heading down this path. I'm very much worried about the cost not being equitable. I'm very much worried about the changes to the streetscape. I'm very much worried that trees are not talked about in this whole process yet. I'm also worried about the overall cost. I just don't quite understand where the cost to the homeowner and the cost to the district. I'm not quite sure where I'm hoping that if we do proceed and an RFP is going to come back or some sort of a proposal is going to come back, it will actually give us some hard and fast numbers that we can actually decide whether we actually do proceed with any of these changes. I'm not worried about being supposedly behind the 8 ball. I'd like to see evidence. And one of the good things about being maybe the last in is that we can see the mistakes that everyone else has made. And I don't want to rush in and make the same mistake. Thank you very much.
Any other second or third time speakers?
I
I
have
think
a
we've
question
pretty
of
well heard
staff.
all the arguments, with all due respect. But if you've got a new one, you go right
I
ahead.
think it's a point that just should be raised here, because I think it's been weighing at my mind, and probably, I know I've heard it from other people in the community. I'll ask this as a hypothetical to staff if I can. What would be guidelines for direct or indirect pecuniary interest if a member had a secondary suite that was dormant and this regulation was to allow it to be legalized and create an income for someone making this vote? Is that considered, would that be considered to be a direct or indirect pecuniary interest?
Through the chair, so each one of these situations would be very different. I think what you might find in issues like this is that a court might look at whether that interest of an individual is shared with a broader interest of the community. So that's one of the tests in the Local Government Act. So, the Community Charter. If that interest is shared with a large enough population in the community, then it's not considered a pecuniary interest. And the answer is a bit vague because the number of people that would share that common interest, it would at the end of the day would be up to a court to determine if that's large enough or not.
Okay, fair enough. We had people recusing themselves because they were volunteering for an organization, so I just raising that as a point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're ready for the question. The question is essentially to put 60,000 in this year's budget for the secondary suite, 64 next year, and to use the 85,000 that we have reserved from a similar project against those two amounts starting this year. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Zelka, Braithwaite, and Murdoch opposed. The motion passes. Thank you. Now we do have another referral, and then we have that other list. So the next referral is zoning for non-conforming duplexes. That shows an item of 134,000. We can't use the 85,000 again. And that would be presumably also over 2 years, Ms. Carter, if that goes ahead. Is there anyone wishes to make a motion that we should proceed with that? All right, I don't see anyone making a motion to proceed with that.
I was going to move the motion since this is one I can support, and it'll also help with heritage. I move the motion, please.
Okay, is there a seconder? Okay, there's no seconder. We don't debate that. Thank you very much. Now, that takes care of the referrals. Let's move on to the items that were in, if I could call it the parking lot, that people wanted to come back to. And what I'm going to suggest is that 1% that Ms. Carter talked about be put to the end, and because it's the general one, and I'd like to deal with specific ones to begin with. The first one was at page 7, and that was an issue raised by two councillors in respect of an IT position. In particular, the item is listed as A. Can I just have a moment? Nope. Yes, B, I'm sorry. And this is a new budget item. That's an idea. I just handed a note that suggested a break. It doesn't say bio break, but maybe this is a good time. I think we've been at it now for, 3 hours. I thought it was only 2. Thank you very much. We're going to take about 12 minutes. We'll start again at 8:45. Thanks, sorry. What is?
second
Oh,
part.
no, I know that, but I thought that was, well, yeah, okay, so that's maybe
And then
what
we
happened.
went down this.
Yeah, because that's where.
See, they went, number 4 goes down
Yeah.
here, and then you come back up. Here's where it's up. Anyway, we passed.
Well, sort of, no, because they have to put it into law, so there's 2 more meetings before the budget actually goes through. They were talking like we're in it, but they haven't made any motion to give us money. Well, that was the whole point of why we wanted to go with that secondary suite stuff. That was taking part of the budget. That was for us. Well, they said we're a priority, which is nice to hear that, but they still haven't actually said, okay, what do you want? I have no idea. I mean, this is all like Greek to me. Oh, the mic's up there. Maybe he'll. We actually, just the way Keith said it, we came to the referrals, and then what happened is we went through the referrals and started here. And then we got all the way back, and now we're back to, well, now we haven't gotten into the estimates.
No, he's taking care of the unlisted businesses here.
Under referral.
Okay, now we're.
So now we should be getting to here, and then what we're actually in, if I don't think any decision will be made, but we're over in council strategic priorities. I mean, that's what we're all about. We're on that list of strategic priorities.
It's called Pandora's box.
Well, you get the parking, everything else, you get more crime sometimes.
I'd be more worried about where they take an old house down and put up the high-density housing.
Yes.
That's a lot more concern. I mean, they grab every time there's, actually, I heard today, St. Mike's School is buying up all the properties around.
That's right, around Beaverville.
Yeah, and then what they're gonna do is build a new school there, and then they're going to put the high-density housing where Wilkes will. So I wonder, Mike Miller sends his kids there? You think he's in there?
No, we were just talking about, is it St. Mike's or was it Smith?
Which is portable?
No, they're talking about buying up all the property.
Around Beaverville. Around Beaverville.
They're already doing it.
But I thought they were going to build the school.
I think it's the same.
They're buying all the houses around the old school. And then they're gonna do is build a new school there, and then they're gonna put high-density housing where the old school. That's what I heard.
Is that what you heard?
I heard today.
My son lives on Beaverville. He
Source, I'm getting it, I don't, okay, the source I'm getting is, like, okay, how credible is it?
We've got a friend. He's been wanting to sell it. You know if anybody's got a nice thing.
So we still gotta sit here, okay.
Well, no, actually, she's enough of us here, so.
I don't mind.
I'm fine sitting for.
Anyways, the thing on the, you asked about the GNS one, though, it was a good meeting we had there. I'm writing up the notes, I'm sending off a note tomorrow to Chris Stanford and the whole committee, everybody that was on that stage, plus Dr. Z, and to say, here's the things you agreed to, which was one, that they would take a look at portables to see if they could. So I have it, everything Chris says, I put it in writing. And I've also set up a meeting with the headmistress of the junior school, and I'm gonna, let's talk to her. Hi, how are you?
She seems a little, if she was.
Oh, she got directed in front of this.
Yeah, that was it.
No, you can't say that.
No, we haven't had any.
Didn't take any time for that place in Prospect to sell.
Yeah, no, yeah, go ahead. It's okay. Okay. Well, maybe we can ask Michael. Yeah, the one across, I think, 2 weeks.
Oh, you got 50 under. 50 under what they're asking, but they still, I think, Anyway, these are fun.
Yeah, well,
I've got a meeting though with my wife's birthday party last week. A friend of ours when we used to live is, anyways, he's the director of Heritage for the province of BC. So I wrote him, I said, remind him we're going to meet at his house. So he's giving me a whole ton of stuff, web links to read. And then I'm going to his office. And
this is on the HCA.
it's talking about everything, like the Oak Bay regular. He's just pulled a ton of stuff up for me. Read this, and then just come to my office and spend my morning. It's very good.
You did?
Yeah,
You did.
I did. Actually, I brought a spare one in the car.
I brought one. You were kidding, you guys.
No, I heard about last week's meeting.
Yeah, no, that's smart. You're smart. You're smart.
And it's color coordinated. I mean,
Yeah, you just blend it in. Can you go?
It's we're in the budget.
Yeah. They do something crazy. They pull it. It comes back and we start. No one's going to take care of it. You want to split it. Okay. He said it to me, and I said it to Jill Richley. I said, come on, let's go talk to Roy. Roy, tell Jill Richley this. The money's in my mouth. I mean, you heard him say it's his top priority. It's top priority. It's interesting how they take secondary suites. That's out there. HCA. And none of them said, well, we want to be first. Because we were here, they didn't challenge it. So. I know, that's why I think I want to stay. Well, you want to stay. Okay. Well, I might stay, but I'll okay. So what's the plan? We're staying? Well, I think Kevin wants to stay. I think some of us will stay. Okay. It's all right. It's just a couple of things. Yeah. But you've done your bit. I guess I just want to hear this part. I don't want to get through that part. I think, although, you know, we could be kicked out by the displaced by the
Could become a secondary suite.
Okay, well, it's been here in for a penny, in for a pound? I think. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay.
But you look at their time, got nothing to lose, they got nowhere else to go.
That's right.
Maybe we'll get more money.
Yeah.
I go back to my home.
Kevin wants to read it. Sure, though.
If I sell my home.
You gonna stay? I can make it up.
In fact, I can go to Furious and shit.
Red or white line. Okay, very good. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Everything and where it's from and the numbers. Okay. So who needs experts anymore? Because how often you say, I remember the label, but I don't remember was it. Victor? Sommelier or whatever? Okay, I guess we better put it. Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, we were up in, we were up in Rockland, right on Service Avenue. So I was renting an old McClure house. All the wood, the house looks exactly like it did 100 years ago. And of course, when you look at the bring you down on it.
Couples together.
And I see how they see
Okay, we're going to get underway. All right, so we were going to the parking lot, so to speak, where we'd put a number of issues that we were going to come back to that were not otherwise, well, they are in the budget, but we wanted to bring them to the point in our meeting where we can have motions or make decisions about them. So the first one that was raised was at page 7 of the operating, under General Government Services, starting at page 6, General Administration, then all over to Information Technology. And the recommendation from our staff is that the budget increase to reflect the addition of an IT manager to commence mid-year. This position is required in order to implement a strategic approach to technology within the district and better utilize the technology tools in place to gain efficiencies. The district has managed thus far with a help desk type approach. However, as we continue to grow, we need to maintain a higher level of IT customer service. That note from our senior staff. There was nothing in, of course, last year because it's a new position. The proposal for, I just have a moment. Okay, so there is actually an item there from last year, although the IT manager was not in place at that time. So the proposal is to go from $66,000 to $119,716. So I know that was raised by a couple of councillors that spoke to it, and now would be the question. Now would be the point in time that I would entertain a motion to not proceed, because right now it's in the budget if we approve it. So I would need a motion to remove it from the budget. We'll have the discussion, and then we'll make that decision.
I move that we remove it from the budget.
Okay. Okay. So the question I would have for staff as a kind of the overall question is what effect would this have if we remove it from the budget? What the impact on staffing and our ability to do work not only in this department in the area of IT, but in other departments.
Your Worship, as an executive team, we did have an opportunity to discuss this item a little bit further since our last meeting as well, and it was made very clear that this would have significant impact on the organization as a whole. The demands for the organization on the one individual that we do have in place is getting to be quite a lot for him to handle. For example, his time is spent on some of the new items that are coming up, for example, the webcasting. So his time is allocated for all of the council and committee meetings. And we also have new GIS mapping, for example. And the customer service requirements out in the other departments is in need of additional attention. And, you know, I may ask one of my other colleagues just to discuss the impact on them because I'm not out in the other departments.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wants to add anything to there?
Your Worship, I'll try a little bit. As Ms. Carter said, your senior management team has met on a number of occasions to talk about the budget, and this is the highest priority for your staff. We have a $20 million, I mean, you think of this, we're a $20 million business. We have 140 some odd full-time staff and another, I don't know, 400 or 500 part-time staff, and we have one person in our IT department, and who provides a whole array of services, largely a help desk kind of function. And you know, so an example, when we have meetings like tonight, this individual starts their job at 2 o'clock, so from 8:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. we have no one in the org here to provide any of that support service. So from again, from staff's perspective, this is a really critical function.
Okay, so that's information that we now have from staff. Discussion at the committee level here. Go ahead, Councillor Murdoch, please.
Thank you, and the reason I just flagged this one and want to have a discussion right now is I think that, I mean, there's no doubt there's work to be done. I understand that. I guess, you know, we're talking about an IT manager position, not just another person to provide help desk services. Again, I'm looking at the broader picture of what our budget's going to look like over the next 5 years, and we don't yet have a good sense of what the 5-year and 10 and 15-year plan is financially in this organization. We have a partially completed asset management. We have a buildings and asset report that is scary. And I think we're going to have to make some very hard decisions over the next year or two in terms of our budgets. And adding another management position at this time, halfway through this year, which is $100,000 a year plus benefits kind of position, to my mind, just isn't the right priority. I think we really need to have a sense as an organization of what our overall costs are and make some of these staffing decisions based on those needs. I appreciate it's a hardship that for the balance of this year that perhaps some supplementary IT, consulting type work, contract services, whatever, would be necessary to help cover some of those gaps. Hopefully we can get things like, to my mind, having an IT person working full-time to watch this should be an automated, service. It should not require a full-time person here to do that. So I think there has to be some more redirection of thought about how that person's allocated, fill in as necessary with some pieces in this. I just have a very hard time adding yet another management position. We may well be just sort of putting aside some of these other projects and looking at really reinvesting in some of the roads and the sewers and so forth. So this isn't that it's not necessary. I can understand the argument for it. I think that right now, given all the uncertainties we have about our big picture, until we have a proper multi-year plan and we have an asset management plan that's in place and we can attach numbers to it, I think we're going to have to make do a little bit this year until we have those numbers. And it's the similar argument to some of the other pieces that were raised here. So it's not an argument that it's not a good idea. The question is, can we get by without it this year until we can put it in the context of the broader financial picture that we have in front of us as a community.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Yes, go ahead.
I understand all of that and appreciate that. It's one thing, though, just for clarity, we do call the position an IT manager, but like all of your managers here, we are all very much working managers, and so it will be a worker. But we've called it an IT manager because what we think is something that's very critical is taking a little bit more of a strategic look at our information technology services. So it's more than a help desk, but it's not a manager up here. We have none of those here in our organization.
Okay. Councillor Ney, please.
Well, I appreciate where Councillor Murdoch is coming from in terms of our budget. We're always, trying to manage it and be abstemious but when I hear staff say this is the #1 priority, and we understand that technology, like the infrastructure of technology, this is 2017. So much of what happens within the organization relies on technology, and that infrastructure isn't getting any smaller. It just gets more complex. It expands, and we get the public demands that we are up to speed. And I think even within the organization, the way things are managed around payroll software, the way property tax and stuff are dealt with, and budget software, all these IT requirements are getting more complex and just necessary. So, if we can find other places to skim this budget, that's fine, but I really don't think this is the place, quite frankly.
Thank you. Councillor Zelka, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just find it interesting that the two members of council who make their living in IT are the two putting this forward, saying that the staff member probably is not needed right now. I would tend to, I would feel much more comfortable if this was more of a position, a contract position or something where we had some flexibility. Because, you know, technology changes very fast. I know in other areas, other domains, new technologies are coming in. You know, the cloud is bringing all sorts of possibilities. There's always concerns about putting, with respect to privacy and stuff, putting anything having to do with government services on the cloud. However, I know the province and the federal government are both actively pursuing moving forward with some very interesting, innovative approaches of geographically constrained clouds. And possibly Oak Bay could look at something like that as well, since those tools are basically on the horizon. Right now maybe a bit bleeding edge, but if we just wait a little bit longer, as most IT people know, as soon as you buy a computer, darn, next week it's half the price. It's just, it's crazy. So that's why I would definitely support this motion to delay bringing in more management, maybe look at a contract. Thank you.
Ms. Carter, did you want to provide any more information?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to provide a little bit more clarity, as Mr. Jones indicated, we are calling it an IT manager. It doesn't necessarily have to be a staff position. We are quite open to looking at those options.
Any other speakers? Councillor Kirby, please.
I would just suggest that if we don't have an IT manager or increased capacity in the IT department beyond the one person who is already stretched, we won't have the capacity to or the ability to find those innovations or seek out other ways of doing things that cost less or are more efficient. There's very little room for innovation when you're overloaded with work. So I would support this request.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none. Oh, all right. Can you add some more information to assist us, Mr. Haran? You have to turn on your microphone.
Just to add a little bit of perspective from the staff as well for thought. Part of this position, there's a lot of discussion about what the position's called, but the skill set we're looking for from this person and the types of work they're going to do for us, is a lot of it is in requirements development and capturing what it is we need, not just in terms of software or hardware, but also in terms of the business processes and how we can improve how we do our business. So this is not something that can be done in a short term, let's have someone come in for 2 months. It needs someone who understands what we're trying to achieve in the long term. So a lot of these ideas and why staff supported this initiative is meant to capture those needs.
Thank you. I'll say a few things first. When I became mayor 5.25 years ago, we had what can only be described as an abysmal website. It was just horrid. One of the things that I did is I put together a public engagement committee, two of whom are here that were on that, and they made some recommendations for website, recommendations for live streaming, and it really, I would estimate that at that point, prior to those recommendations, Oak Bay was maybe 20 years behind the curve where most other communities our size were. And there was reasons for that. We don't have grants from provincial agencies like some other communities might have grants from federal agencies to spend. So we're limited in terms of how we raise money. We don't have shopping centers and the like. So and there had been an extreme parsimony over the years. So that recommendation from that committee has really started the ball rolling. I still think we're probably 10 years behind the curve, so we've caught up, but nowhere near where we should be as a young, vibrant community in terms of having ready information at our fingertips. And we saw that as a council not that long ago. Prior, we had the reserve report we have, and it took our staff a long time to pull all those accounts and numbers and resolutions together. Whereas I think in a more modern community, you'd press a button and you would know exactly how much money you have in the bank. We couldn't do that. And we could tell how much money was in the bank, but we couldn't see why it was there and what reserves. We do know now as a result of old school putting it together. But surely we need to be caught up to communities that are our size, that have the number of employees and want to be in the forefront. We saw that in the Bowker flood. The information was not readily available to our public works department as to where the valves were to shut off the water, because some of the work has been recorded on blueprints, some had been recorded on notebooks, some had been recorded on recipe cards, all different places. And so coming out of that, we said, no, we need to be much more systematic about the information. I see what the City of Victoria is doing. They're looking at an app, for instance, that allows people to report potholes, to report deficiencies on almost on a real-time basis. We're not there yet. Most other communities will be way ahead of us and still are way ahead of us, but let's catch up. And I think let's listen to our staff who I think are giving us good advice as to how this organization can move forward now. So I certainly would want to see this left in. Are we ready for the question? Councillor Murdoch, go ahead.
As a motivator for this, and I think those are all well points, and I really appreciate the conversation that we're having here. I think there's a couple of things that sometimes get mixed up in IT, and I agree, having been in lots of IT projects, it's not a panacea. A lot of what's being just mentioned here as things to improve are data entry, like updating the GIS and making sure they're there, not related to an IT manager. Talking about improving business processes through better IT and having someone with that expertise. Again, my experience has been people coming from outside who have IT expertise can never understand the business processes that really are required. I think far too often we drive these projects by what the IT manager suggests he knows as best practices that don't necessarily improve the business processes. And a lot of times the seeking to be the equivalent to the latest and greatest it chases down technology at great cost for no significant benefit. And I appreciate that a good IT manager should recognize that. But there's nothing wrong sometimes with getting by and focusing on the details, on the data, on the information, and on upgrading the software so it's at the latest version to pull out information. At the end of the day, it comes down to the staff with the point expertise, and it's not the IT that does that. It really isn't. There's a lot of the foundation that's here in terms of the Tempest and the shared databases that exist for pulling that information out. That we can build those if we need them, but to have that one button that you push to get the information can be hundreds of thousands of dollars of consulting and expertise time to build that. To what value? If for the occasional time we need it, it's not cheaper to just go and pull that out. So my fear here is that it's a little bit misdirected. And at the end of the day, I just look at, we don't, I mean, this kind of level of granularity is maybe a bit beyond what we should even be getting into as council, but I think, and I'll come back to the original point I made here, we have a bit of a scary budget here already. We're adding to it, and we have a big wall of stuff coming down the pipe. This is, IT is not going to save money. What's going to come out of this is a bunch of projects that are also going to have high priority that people are going to want to work on that are going to add a few more $100,000 to the pipe. I'm not saying it's not necessary, but I am saying that we have added in the last 4 years, executive director or executive assistant, 2 more people in the planning department, which I think is justified because we have the volume to do it. But I think we're always in a bit of danger of adding at the admin level more than at the hands on the street level. And I would just like to get a sense of what our hands on the feet on the street costs are going to be. If those are going to go up by hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, then maybe we have to put this in a bit of context of what the taxpayer can afford. And just personally, I don't feel comfortable this year to add that in there, to add a full-time position, because it does come as a permanent position, not as not something we have flexibility with. So that's the argument, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I think we're going to call the question. The question is to, the question is, the motion is to remove essentially item B on page 7 from the budget. $64,521. Okay. Okay, are we ready? All in favor of the motion to remove it from the budget? All against? Croft, nay, Jensen, and Kirby against. The motion fails. Thank you. The next item, the next three. Yep.
Staying with the same item, if I may, is it possible to move a motion to drop the word manager from the item in the budget to make it clear that the word to provide flexibility on how this can be achieved?
I don't see the name of it. This is a matter of putting money into it. What the staff end up calling this person, I don't think it's really a matter of within our jurisdiction. I don't see that what we call this person really matters one way or another. That's just my view, but you know, and there may be. Will the item come back to us as council in terms of job description or anything like that? That'll all be internal.
We could certainly bring that back for information. It may not be a staff position. It may be a contractor if that is the best route to go.
That may be the time to actually to have that discussion and debate, if that's okay with you. Okay, thank you. The next items that were on the list related to capital items. So if you could go to capital, please. And the first one had to do with the council raising the issue of reducing the arts, public art item in capital, page 1. It is second from the bottom. It's item 10-286-125, known as public art. And that's currently in the budget for $30,000, and some of it is non-tax. How much of it is non-tax?
Your Worship, 20,000 is tax, 10,000 is non-tax.
Okay, thank you. So we would need a motion to, right now, it's in the budget, so we would need a motion to pull it out of the budget. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Zelka.
Thank you, Chair. I was the one who raised this point. Whereas we approved a $20,000 general sort of target for the upcoming year, and whereas we got this wonderful additional, I guess, grant for $10,000, I'd like to reduce this back to what we were imagining we were going to have overall, being $20,000, so that we can apply the $10,000 elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the motion is to reduce this from 20 to 30. I'm sorry, 30 to 20, reduce it 10,000. All right, is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion. Councillor, you made the motion, so you would have the floor first. Okay, you're right. Okay, Councillor Murdoch.
I just want clarification how accurate that is. I'm not clear on where the money's coming from, or actually, I think we've sort of there's been a recommendation from Parks and Rec to purchase one piece of art. There's another piece of art also that there's some third-party funders for that's being considered, and I'm not sure what the impact of changing this would be in terms of those two purchases, if possible.
Through your worship, recently there was a draft policy that came forward from the Parks and Rec culture area about contributing $20,000 on an annual basis from the municipality into the public art fund. So that's where the $20,000 would come from, and the $10,000 was an additional grant that was received this year already.
Okay, so then thank you for that clarification. I mean, I'm all for saving money on these things. I think it's a bit ridiculous for us to pass a policy in one year and then change it the same year. I think we've kind of obligated ourselves at this point to the $20,000. Is that accurate?
My understanding was the policy came forward and was referred to estimates.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Murdoch. Councillor Zelka, do you wish to speak too?
Oh, yes, thank you. If I recall correctly, and I guess the Director of Parks, Rec, and Culture can correct me, is that there's some desire coming forward for something in the $15,000 to $16,000 range for public art work that might be addressing this, but I'm not aware of any other public artwork that at this moment is coming forward. That question is directed through you to Director of Parks, Rec, and Culture.
Through the chair, the $20,000 that was referred in the public art policy is to create a public art reserve. So there would be funds available to purchase public art if and when that came about. So it wasn't necessarily to be directed towards the purchase that's most recently been anticipated. And then recently, council will recall that there was a report that came as part of the annual public art initiative from the Arts Laureate, where the winning, the highest vote-getting piece of art is to be purchased. There is enough money in the reserve currently to make that purchase. Now, the additional money that was donated, the $10,000 that came from the province, was solicited by the Arts Laureate, and I think through discussion with her committee, that the piece of art that finished in second place could potentially be purchased. And that's still up in the air. There's not enough money in the public art fund to make that purchase. So I don't know if I've completely answered the question, but the $20,000 that was referred to in the policy is sort of an ongoing contribution to a reserve fund.
Okay, continue, Councillor Zelka.
Thank you so much, Chair. Later on, I think we're going to talk about possibly some reallocation of gas tax funding, just because we have this, how do I say, bonus of additional grants in other areas. So in a similar vein, that's why I thought I would bring this forward, is since we have this bonus of an additional $10,000, that we could actually maintain the $20,000 and have the flexibility of maybe reapplying the $10,000 with no ill effect to our intentions for public art. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ney, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just to Mr. Herman, I'm on the Arts Committee, and the way this was presented to us there was that the $10,000 that the laureate solicited from the provincial government was granted because of the $20,000 that we had allocated already. So that's how it was described to us. I'm not sure if that's the way the grant was set up, and what the expectation of the conditions of the grant were, and I was just wondering if you might comment on that.
Through the chair, I wasn't party to those discussions. I've read the correspondence that went back and forth, and I don't recall in the letter that came from the province that there was any strings attached to the money. If that was part of the discussion, certainly staff didn't suggest that, it was always expected that that $20,000 and the inclusion of that $20,000 in the budget was to come to this meeting, and that council was to discuss it, and certainly in staff's view, it had not been approved yet and couldn't be leveraged.
Okay, thank you.
And just as a follow-up, I guess my view of this is that, the arts program, we've changed Parks, Rec, and Culture to incorporate that. We've got an arts laureate who has really exceeded probably all of our expectations in how she's worked in this community to bring art to the surface and into and connect the community with art. And it just seems to me we start chipping at this number that has been proposed by the committee so that she can do the work and do the programming in the community. It is going to be really discouraging for her. I mean, she's gone out of her way to get that grant, as I understand it, to put it into the pot, to embolden the funding to deliver in the community. So I would really be, I can't support at this stage, the front end of this program, start chipping away at this art fund. I think really we need to boost it and provide a fund that we can, so that they feel confident and can rely on to promote the arts programs in the community.
Thank you. Councillor Braithwaite, please.
Thank you so much, Chair. No one could argue that the Arts Laureate has done a fabulous job within the community. I will say, though, however, as I'm the liaison to Parks, Rec and Culture, that sitting around that table, it was made very, very clear to the Arts Laureate and others on that committee that this was going to estimates, and it wasn't a guaranteed that the $20,000 would be put into the fund. That's what they asked for, and I said at the time that that was a large amount and that it would be interesting to hear the conversation around the table. I think that how I look at this is that we have the $10,000 grant. If we put $10,000 in there as well, then we can purchase the piece of art that was voted on within the community as the favorite, and still have a little bit left over. We also get donations from the community into the arts, specifically into the art fund, that can go towards perhaps another piece of art. I look at that extra $10,000 and I think, can we do a curb drop for that $10,000, which would then be something that would be more of an amenity for the whole community. And so that's kind of how I put it in perspective for myself. I really love the fact that we can buy certain pieces of art, but I also think that we have to look at other infrastructure pieces within the municipality.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, I'm just going to make a few comments. I think the Arts Laureate program has been a huge success and has drawn people to our community. It has brought a vibrancy and a joy to our community. I dare say my son, 25-year-old, who has been away for a while, he was home last week and he walked down the avenue and he noticed the art. He's a 25-year-old boy. And he said, when he came home, he said, I don't believe it. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. And he's not an arty kind of guy. We've built a real brand in terms of an arty community. I just happened to be on the website and I pulled it up again, Wikipedia. You might have heard of that. And someone has written some things about Oak Bay on there. And one of the things it says, and this, I just read it last night, as a matter of fact, home to one of the largest collections of art and craft galleries in Vancouver Island. A leisurely stroll through the village finds superb art galleries and craft studios, which represent some of the finest Canadian art and crafts available. We're building a brand here that will draw people and actually will enliven our villages, because we also have things up in Estevan and other places. So I think this is something that we really should encourage. And the Arts Laureate works as a volunteer. And she puts her heart and soul into this 10,000 grant, and now to say, thank you very much for getting that 10,000. You're going to lose the other 10,000 you had there. I agree with Councillor Ney. I think we should be doing everything we can to encourage this group to go even further. So for 10,000, I think it's an incredible investment. Councillor Braithwaite and Councillor Murdoch, please.
I'm sorry, Chair, I don't think that you can actually say that to take $10,000 away, because she never had that $10,000 to begin with. So she could have asked for $100,000 and we could be taking $90,000 away. So I think that's unfair for that comment. She didn't have that $20,000 to begin with.
Well, certainly around this table, when we set it to estimates, I think there was a fair support amongst council that this is a good way to build an arts reserve. We may not all have been in agreement in there, but I think a number of us were. So, Councillor Murdoch and Councillor Zelka, please, and then we'll put the question.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to think this is going back and forth with the debate with you a little bit much. I think that I agree with Councillor Braithwaite's comment that we're not taking it away from the Arts Laureate. I don't think it should be read that way, whoever the vote goes. That being said, I think that in this year in particular, despite the fact I'm trying to look at every way we can save $1 here or there, I do think that seeding this fund with the full $20,000, particularly this year, particularly given the work that's been done, and again, I think as just out of respect for the funds that have been raised by the Arts Laureate, I think this year, just to make sure that there's funds there, if she's able to find the matching funds and so forth for the second piece of art, I would like to have the funds in reserve. The other argument to that could be that you could put the 10,000 in and then do a grant for the balance if the other piece was there. But I think in this case, just given the what's on the books and what's potentially here, I feel more comfortable with the full $20,000 than the 10. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, the full. Oh, okay, just to leave it to where it is. Okay, thank you. Councillor Zelko.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to point out one additional item. In addition to the $10,000 grant, which is a wonderful surprise, we also have on being presented to us, or potentially once we have an approval, a public art piece that I believe is a community amenity with an upcoming development proposal. That's another wonderful bonus that potentially could be coming our way. So with these windfalls that we're being able to benefit from this year, I was hoping that the money could be reassigned to something like a curb drop or something that could benefit like everyone. So I was hoping that we could reassign this money to something more. Not that art isn't practical, but I see a curb drop being much more valuable for this $10,000 and returning the total fund back to what we have agreed to in total. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're ready for the vote, and the motion is to drop it from 30 to 20, correct? Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Murdoch, myself, nay, and Kirby opposed. It stays in the budget as 30. Thank you. Next item was Thompson Sidewalk and Intersection, the capital fund. And I think the question was raised, and this is also on 1, I believe. Oh, sorry, this is on page 2. Sorry. Engineering, and that's 286463 Thompson-Cadborough intersection. And that's $56,000. And I think somebody raised the question, and it might have been you, Councillor Murdoch, about being able to take some of the money from the gas tax. Was that? I just scribbled some notes as people were talking, so I may have only got it half right.
And I scribbled even fewer notes than you did, so I don't remember exactly. Okay. I think that spurred the conversation around, how are we going to be funding some of these pieces? Okay. And how are we directing this towards infrastructure as a whole?
So let me just ask, is there anyone who wishes to make a motion with regards to Thompson Sidewalk intersection? No. Okay, so it's on capital, page 2, engineering, a little less than halfway down, starting with the word Thompson/Cadborough Bay. That's correct. I think that's going to that could possibly come later, but is anyone who wishes to take it out, or you can ask that this money be taken from the gas tax money? That would also be a direction to staff. Okay. All right, I don't hear any motion. The next motion then, and I think this was yours, I believe, Councillor Zelka, again on same page, capital page 2, engineering, which, no, this was the curb drops you asked about. So that's the first item under engineering capital, 10-286, 405 curb drops, and you asked whether or not, or you mused whether or not we should increase that. So it would be up to you to make a motion in that regard.
I move a motion that we increase the budget for curb drops to $50,000.
Second.
Moved and seconded, 50,000. Thank you. Okay, so that's an additional 17, right? Okay, discussion. Yes, Councillor Kirby, please.
I just have a question for staff. Is that, do you have the capacity to do more curb drops? I think there's, yeah, I just would like to know.
We do indeed have the capacity through you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion or questions? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. So we increase that to 50,000. Thank you. I think that covers all of, if I could call it, the minor issues that were brought up as we went along. Now we have the 1%. The issue of asset management, on this, oh, yes, I hadn't captured it, but go ahead.
Thank you, through you. Just in terms of looking at the projects here, and again, I'm just thinking of this in terms of the asset management and things that we're going to have to be dealing with. I've just asked this of staff, I guess. The Thompson-Cadbury Bay intersection road and the Thompson sidewalk portions of that I guess I'm thinking of this just in terms of prioritizing things under the asset management plan. You know, whether or not we're going to be doing any upgrades to the pipes underneath or anything of that nature. Is this something that would be hurt by being deferred by a year until we have that plan? I can kind of have some mapping out. If there's significant work to be done in that stretch, would it not make sense to kind of know that and then we can do it all at the same time? I mean, it's just not, it hasn't been a really super high priority piece, and it's appreciated. It's been on the workbook to get to, but is that something that has a time attachment to it?
So through you, Chair, there's two separate issues there, two separate projects that need to be talked about. The one that says Thompson Sidewalk is associated with the storm drain upgrade. And this is the number 2 priority storm drain project that we have, because the number 1 priority was higher, more expensive than what we have in the budget now. So there's the storm drain and the associated sidewalk above it. So that's where that Thompson sidewalk is. And I recommend that we keep that in the capital plan for this year. The other one is the Thompson-Cadbro Bay intersection. That's a sidewalk extension, which is just completing work that was already started about 2 years ago. Some intersection upgrades for safety in Thompson-Cadbro Bay area. And this is extending the sidewalk on the south side of Thompson to make it easier for pedestrians to distance themselves from that busy corner to get across Thompson.
No, I appreciate that, and I remember that project, so that's fine. I'll be happy to leave that in there then. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you, and I apologize that I wasn't here last week for the other estimates meeting, but I noticed that under engineering, there's something missing.
Is it capital again?
This is under capital still,
Yes,
yeah.
thank you.
There's something missing that I would have thought would have been on there based on the conversation that we've been having over the past couple of months around the Bowker development, the proposed Bowker development, and that is the Bowker and Cadbro Bay Road intersection, because I know there's been a lot of talk on how that intersection needs to be fixed. And so when I looked at this list, I thought, isn't that interesting that that's not on that list? Is it somewhere else that's like below the priority of these ones that are here, or was that a discussion that came up last week?
Through the Chair, that it didn't come up last week. That would be if that development moves forward successfully, then it would be something that we would bring forward in provisional budget 2018 and then assess put that in the capital plan for next year.
Okay, thank you. I just that I'm again shocked because of the discussion around the table has been such that that intersection seems to be of big concern to a lot of people. So it just surprised me that it wasn't in there, but good to know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else of miscellaneous items that we haven't touched on before we get to the 1%? Yeah, we still have that, but if there are any other cleanup ones, all right. Because once we've done the 1%, then ostensibly the budgeting estimates, other than giving staff some directions, some miscellaneous directions, then we're wrapped up. So I didn't want to wrap up, and I wanted to leave that 1% to the end. We're not there yet. Go ahead.
I'm not sure exactly what the 1% is, but
This is the suggestion by Ms. Carter at the beginning that we we start putting, we added 1% this year and put that into a capital reserve. And how do we go about doing that? We obviously have some options. And I don't know what the best way to do that is. I know of a couple of options. I know we was kind of brought up last week in an indirect fashion, so.
So I guess, yeah, that was, maybe it's related to that, but I was going to also just make some, what was, I raised last week as well, was just, should we be considering this year, taking the gas tax money and putting it into the,
Right.
towards broader infrastructure
Yes.
as a reserve?
That's right.
I think we have to leave these pieces in place, because I think we have to reflect the actual cost. I don't think that's reasonable to use this to kind of artificially reduce the tax impact. I do think that because I think we have to be held accountable for these increases that we're giving, but I also think that we need to start looking at these, preparing for the broader pieces, so.
Councillor
So,
Crott.
through you, Chair. I've considered this gas tax and looking at it in context with the process or the purposes for what it was set aside for. And there's approximately $7 million towards a $20 million project, which is the Upland Sewer Separation Project. Looking at what grant money might become available to assist us in funding that, it appears to be funded on a 1/3 basis, and that may change, 1/3 municipal, provincial, and federal. I just checked the government website today, and the gas tax money can be used for many, many things. What's not clear, because we don't have the policy under which we set aside that $7 million, using the gas tax money to set that aside for the Upland Sewer Separation Project, is can we now reassign that to other infrastructure projects and change that policy through a council resolution? I just don't know, but I would like to put that on the table for discussion as a way of moving forward to start building our infrastructure fund for the things that are coming down the pike that we know are going to be quite expensive. We're going to need money for various things in the community. And if we've already got 1/3 of the money, when in fact, I think I was talking with another councillor that it appears as though the amount that may be required is only 17% of municipal money to qualify for the federal grant money that may be coming down the road. So it strikes me that we have enough of money at this point, and if we don't, we can adjust it when we find out what the real numbers are as they come in from the work that engineering services is going to be doing this year.
So there seems to be, you raised kind of two questions. Well, I think it raises two questions. One, how can the money that we have on reserve be used? The money we've been putting aside. That's one issue. That wouldn't affect what we did with this year's gas tax money, because this year's gas tax money, until we make a decision as to where it goes, isn't earmarked. And we'd have to look at the policy of the past money and the current money. And there may be different policies because we've been saving for some time. So I think we have more, we certainly have a clear road or freedom, if I can put it that way, to, and this was raised last week, to say some of that gas tax money that's coming in this year, which would be approximately 750, we estimate, something in that order of magnitude. Typically in the past, we have put it into the Uplands Capital Reserve, if we can call it that. And so we've been putting in about 700,000 a year. I think it started as a little less. I think it's up to 7 million now, as you'd mentioned. So one option, if council wishes, is to recognize that we can still put 700,000 into that reserve this year by taking half the gas money and half, or not half, but the money that we've been granted towards the upland sewer design, which is a little over 400,000, and then redesignate the other half to a more generalized capital reserve that could be used for roads, as an example. I think that would be permissible within the gas tax money. And I think certainly that's something we can do this year if council wants, and give staff directions, because we know we're spending a lot of money on the roads this year. We have in there 450,000 Would it, would council be interested in taking part of that gas money and putting it in a more generalized reserve fund, in essence? And there's other smaller projects that some of that can be done for, including the Thompson sidewalks and intersections. So that's an option yeah, Councillor Kirby.
I appreciate that that's an option. I think given that we have an adequate fund there now to as Councillor Croft said, to fund the upland sewage separation project, I think it's time now to shift our gas tax money entirely to the asset management plan, because I think it's become abundantly clear. It was emerging the last couple of years, but especially this year, given the plan that we were presented and the information we now have. I think the most responsible thing to do would be to put that entire sum directly into the asset management plan, which I think it'd be, it's more than 1%. That would make it 3%.
3 point something.
3 point something percent. And I think that's, I mean, that doesn't necessarily fall into Ms. Carter's plan that she presented to us. I think that's, but it's the responsible thing to do, I think. It would, given the state of the police department's buildings, this building itself, all of those things that were so alarming. The last year's comments from Mr. Brozick, who was acting engineering manager, is saying that if we spent $1 million on sewage, our sewers, our $1 million extra on roads, $1 million extra on water infrastructure, $1 million extra on storm, like it's time. We have to get ahead of this, and I think it's really important that we put all of our money into that asset management plan.
So let me just ask, I mean, I don't know, I haven't heard you make a motion yet, but let me just ask staff, would you need a motion then to take that money that's coming in as gas tax and to put it into a broader asset management reserve?
Yes, Your Worship, we would. It would still fall within the Capital Works Reserve, but it would be its own line item for asset management, for example.
Okay.
I would make that motion.
Okay. So right now, the motion is the entire amount. Okay. Now,
If you want to, we can talk about the implications. I mean, what would the implications to taxes be if we don't do that, if we do that, if we take half of it and apply it to the roads, as you mentioned, the 400,000? I mean, that's a debate we can have, but I honestly would sleep better knowing that we've gotten a little bit further ahead of this infrastructure deficit. And the more money we invest now, the better prepared we are to manage things, to move forward with the asset management plan, to actually start addressing some of these issues that are, I think, becoming urgent. When we're spending $10,000 on asbestos tile replacement in this building, $20,000 on the sewage line replacement at the fire hall, $18,000 at the police department. Like, we're throwing good money after bad, and we need to get ahead of this.
okay. But I'm just going to ask the staff for a technical a question here, and it may be we require a subsequent motion depending on the success or lack of here, and that is if we were to direct you to put it into a reserve fund, that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to spend it all this year. Would you then need another motion as to how much of that reserve should go to projects this year? Would that be a...
Yes, that would provide clarity.
All right. So this wouldn't preclude us, for instance, this motion for if we take that and put it into reserve, a second motion might say, and then use half of it this year on roads and other related projects?
Your Worship, probably the easier method to do that would be to indicate that of this year's gas tax funds, a certain portion goes towards the Capital Works Asset Management Reserve, and the other portion is applied to whatever council decides.
Okay. So we have, what we do have right now, I guess we should have known that. Sorry, I should have asked you that question before the motion, but, so the motion on the floor is to put it all into a reserve and then leave the question of how much of it is used this year and how much is left in the reserve.
Can we leave that question to staff to decide, to determine, based on priorities?
Doesn't
No?
sound like it, but let's ask.
Sorry, can I ask what that question was again?
The question is, can we leave it, once we put it into the reserve, can we leave it to your decision to how it's going to be used this year and in following years?
Through the asset management plan, like once we've gotten to that phase where we're implementing the asset management plan, and you know from the documentation you're given by the, I guess it's consultants that do that work, then you can just start drawing off that reserve fund rather than us saying, I think, you know, we need the roads or the sewage or something else, like, because I don't know that, and I don't think that I'm in any position to just, I think that's been the error of our ways, actually, the last couple of decades. You know, we've been micromanaging where the priorities are, and that's not a way to manage this kind of thing.
That's a comment, but not, we need the question. So, really, with the motion on the floor right now is to put it into a different reserve, okay? And then the next step then would be directing the staff as to how much we would take out of there for this year's work, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we could have done it in one motion, but we'll have to do it in two, all right, given that's on the floor. So that's on the floor right now, and I have Councillor Zelka and then Councillor Murdoch, please, on the motion.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hear you possibly posturing towards creating another motion to follow on, but I'm more with the general intent of the motion, which is just one motion, where we provide some money. I think the phrase used at the previous meeting was to get ahead of the curve with respect to the asset management plan, so that we have some funds available that could be applied once we have the asset management plan. And I would very much look forward to hearing some direction, not only from Director of Financial Services, but ideally also the Director of Engineering Services with respect to the asset management plan itself, so that once we actually have the plan showing up in terms of where we should apply it, in terms of these types of priorities, the types, as opposed to possibly micromanaging it. I don't know whether your possible follow-on motion could be characterized as micromanaging. I certainly wouldn't want to call it that. But I would like to hear from staff, once we actually provide this getting ahead of the curve, providing them with the ability to move forward with what the consultants are actually suggesting we do, independent of what, as politicians, we might wish the money could go towards. So I'm speaking in favor of the motion. I was thinking a 1%, but if it ends up being 3% that heads towards that, if the rules allow us to do this, I would be fine to jump way ahead of the curve and provide that, especially since this particular year is a windfall year for us with $1.4 million with respect to other grants, and many of them already being applied towards uplands and water. So I would definitely support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Murdoch, next, please.
Yeah, well, I want to get to the public here soon too, but my take on this one is it's April. We're going to have a provisional budget in November, 7 months or so from now. In those 7 months, we're hopefully going to have an asset management plan done. When we have that in place to give us the priorities, then we should be spending the money, which should be 2018. My take on this is, let's agree to put the gas tax money into a reserve. Let's get that report. Let's make a strategic plan based on all the priorities that we have. We're going to have to make some hard decisions and move on from that. I think we have to be very careful here that it's going to not be just that. We're not just spending gas tax money. I think we're going to have to make some very hard decisions in terms of how we're spending money on other areas as well. And I think we need to have the bigger picture as part of that. So we have a plan in front of us for capital projects this year. We have a couple of big projects that are granted. I think we just, at this point, move this into reserves and then leave it at that and deal with that and the gas tax money for 2018 in 2018.
Okay, any other speakers? So the first step is to move it in there. Yes, okay, all in favor? Oh, sorry, was there a speaker?
Your Worship, sorry, I just want to make sure I've got this right. So the resolution that I've written down is that 2017 gas tax be applied to a new asset management reserve. Is that, yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'll speak to it. My sense is that we should use some of it this year on the roads, which is one of our assets that needs to be done. So, although I'm not going to make another motion, following this, I think we should have something on the table just to apply some of that gas tax money to this year's asset renewal, which would be our roads. Okay, so I'm going to call the question on, first of all, moving it into a reserve, and then I'll see if there's anyone who has a motion subsequent to that, okay? All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Yes, now Councillor Kirby.
I understand what you're saying now, because we don't have that implementation plan ready to go, and then it won't come until November. So I get that. I sort of assume, though, that these guys have a huge list of asks already for us, you know. So I would assume that should there be something that's urgent or something that they can accomplish this year outside of the Henderson water main, this upland sewage separation project planning, like there's a lot on their books right now. I don't know how much they can achieve, but can I ask Ms. Carter would staff come to us with a request, or should it come from council? Would staff bring that to us if there was something that they could spend that money on this year, that they would alert us and they would bring a report to a council meeting?
Through your worship, yes. Short of having an asset management plan to work from at this point in time, we would definitely be bringing that information forward to council.
Okay. Councillor Croft, please.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, so I'm looking at this graph up here, and we're now at an overall 3.8% overall tax increase. So to bring this back home of having some money, we could then apply some of this money against the projects that we're proposing to do this year, and thereby reducing the tax burden to the taxpayer. Is that correct?
That is correct, although I would caution about applying funds, these types of funds, to ongoing projects.
If I understand correct, then there'd be new projects. So we could only look at new projects that have been proposed. And do we have any of those?
If you go through the capital budget, there are a few that are one-time projects. There are others that are ongoing, that happen on an annual basis. So those are the ones that I would be cautioning about.
All right.
I think sorry.
So we need to give staff directions.
There are examples in this budget, I think, that I raised earlier, like the asbestos tiles, the sewage issues at the fire hall and the police department. Those are one-time projects that are infrastructure projects that I would feel good putting this money towards. I mean, not that I want to be spending that money, but that seems fair. It's infrastructure money, it's asset management money. But if we can apply it that way, then that would alleviate. There's at least, I think $60,000 right there.
Okay, so one way we could do it is just go through it and start looking at the numbers in a calculator. That would be one way, which probably wouldn't be the efficient way. Is another way to say we're going to take X amount of dollars of that 700, and we want staff to put that towards the one-time projects.
Yes, Your Worship, you could do that.
Because then you can sort out which are the one-time projects: sewers, laterals, asbestos, the Thompson one, for instance. Those are all ones that come to mind. If we put the equivalent of 1% in taxes this year, so that would be about 200,000 of that 700,000, and give that to staff and saying these is for the one-time projects in the capital, right? So that's one way to do it, as opposed to us going and specifying which ones. And that would be sufficient direction for you?
We would work through the capital budget, applying as close as we could to the amount that council had requested, and that would be brought forward in the 5-year financial plan bylaw.
Perfect. Good. So, 1%, I think would, well, that's 200,000, 208,000, I think you said. But a rounder number is easier if anyone wants that. Councillor Zelka, please, and Councillor Murdoch.
If I could ask a point of clarification, would this also, or could this possibly also be applied to the capital budget for Parks, Rec, and Culture in terms of their facilities as well? This, in terms of the overall budget, it's not just, it's a capital for all of them all.
I believe so, yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Murdoch.
I can't support putting any money in at this point. The priorities that we have are going to be coming out of the asset management plan. If we do paved roads that are priorities for roads, but there's also priority for sewages underneath those roads, and we end up doing one road and then have to come back to sewers in 3 years or a year, it seems a complete waste of money. I appreciate we have some sense of this. I really also, this feels to me, and I appreciate it's not the intent of, if we just take this 1%, then we drop the effective tax rate, but we're just stealing from Peter to pay Paul here. We're not actually implementing any fiscal discipline at all. We have a 3.8% budget. That's what we've come to as a council here. To say, well, we'll take some of this gas tax money and take a percentage off it. It feels to me like we're trying to make it look like a 2.8% increase. But our increase is 3.8%. That's what we actually have. And it's not like we have a small amount of money coming down the pipe. We have massive amounts of money. So if we take this 1% now, we're just deferring that to another year. And again, without the management plan to guide us on it. I look at this, we have 2 big projects to do. Let's do them. Let's put this money aside. We'll have a really good plan next year. That's my expectation of staff, is that we'll have a very well mapped out plan that they've talked to each other, and I have full confidence that'll happen. And then we deal with it then. It simplifies everything.
To you, Mayor, I support Mr. Murdoch's comments, and I'm prepared to leave the situation as it is, and we can go home.
Yes, Councillor Zelko.
I found Councillor Murdoch's fiscal discipline very compelling. I'm swayed to leave things as they are. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby, please.
I'm pretty sure that though if we put this money aside into our asset management plan, but we can't spend any this year, that also is not entirely fiscally responsible, because we're allowing things to deteriorate in the meantime while we wait to have a plan to implement. And I know that there are places that where the roads are falling apart to the point of no return, right? Where we're going to have to dig down and replace the entire road bed. It becomes a more costly thing with another 8 to 10 months of rain and snow, possibly, or ice by November. Then this might just mean it might be putting us further back. Like, I understand where you're coming from, and I do see that, but I also think it'd be nice to spend some of that this spring and summer, so that we are getting a bit ahead of the curve. Because we were told, remember the 2012 report about the roads, and that was all prioritized, right? So I think if we give Mr. Brozick $200,000 for roads right now, he would go to that spreadsheet that was given to us that said we had, if we put $1.3 million a year into our roads rather than the $300,000 we normally do, we would just be able to maintain what we've got. And that was 5 years ago. So, and we haven't even touched it. So I actually wouldn't feel bad about $200,000, or something, somewhere in that ballpark, going towards work right now, rather than waiting till November's provisional budget. But I would make a motion up to that effect if I see any kind of uptake.
And the motion is?
That we assign $200,000, sorry, 1%, $208,000, I guess it is, to this year's projects.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Okay, I'll second it to get it on the floor so we can discuss it. Because I think it is important that we do something this year. I agree with Councillor Kirby that you know, we're just kind of allowing things to deteriorate to a large extent. But, okay, speakers, Councillor Murdoch and Zelka, please.
I mean, I agree we should be getting on to doing something. My take on this is add it to the taxes. If this is a priority for us, then it's going to be a real cost. Let's put it on there. It feels like we're just trying to take it, and I think if we're going to put this into asset management, we put it into asset management. We should have probably been adding this to the budgets in past years. Honestly, I'm having a hard time with the 3.8% that we have right now. I think that's a very large amount of money to ask of people here. My take on this, we have to spend money. We have to find other ways of saving money. I just think we have to, as a council, set some limits. And we can't do it this year, but I think that I'm comfortable with the 7 months that we're going to have here to have a proper plan. But I'm not going to support the motion as it is. Although I fully appreciate where you're coming from on this. Those priorities of roads do not necessarily reflect the urgency of the pipes underneath those roads. So we may very well come to the point where we're doing work twice.
Councillor Zelka, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I just I understand we're actually giving through grants and various let's call them windfalls for lack of a better word. Staff has already been given $1.4 million that they must spend before end of March next year. So to give them an additional $200,000 when their hands are already full trying to spend this other money, and they've already told us their plate is full, I just can't see this being a responsible thing to do. So I would much rather look forward to seeing a very good plan come forward, and find out how we should maybe look at spending this plan and following a proper asset management approach in next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby, then Councillor Ney after.
I hate to do this, but Mr. Horan or Mr. Brozick, if we were to supply you with $208,000 this year, this spring and summer, would you be able to address some issues immediately? And dare I ask the question that would you pave a road and then have to replace the pipes underneath it later? I think you have more information than that, but I'd like to know for sure.
Through you, Chair. There's a lot to those questions, and it's a bit deeper than a quick answer. The original recommendation from staff related to asset management was to put some funding aside immediately, and the amount was recommended, and there's a discussion happening tonight about what it should be or shouldn't be. But a key part of that recommendation from staff to council was that we were not able to holistically provide a good capital investment plan that showed all the risks and all the balanced approach of what should be done and shouldn't be done. So the budget that's in front of you today is our best efforts at providing that for now. In terms of increasing the amount available to spend in 2017, it would mean that none of the trade-offs that have already gone through in terms of the provisional budget process and then in the lead up to days like today has been done. So there could be increases, but I wouldn't recommend asking me to provide you that information right now, because it is a council decision about where the funding should be allocated.
Thank you. Councillor Ney, please. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, anyone else? Okay, I'm going to call a question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Zelka, can I have a hands up again? Councillor Braithwaite, Croft, Murdoch, and Ney opposed. Thank you. I think that wraps it up, almost. I think the next thing we have to do is just see if there's any questions from or clarifications from the public. And then subsequent to that, I think we'll give directions to our staff to through a motion to bring back a 5-year financial plan bylaw based on the budget that we've discussed and approved tonight. Okay, and members of the public, again, name, community, sign up, and then speak to us. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This has been, third of long sessions of estimates meetings. Guess the comments that I have on it really are, I do appreciate certainly the effort and the detail that has gone into the estimates by all of the staff. I guess, though, from my perspective, so much operational detail obscures the real goal of the budgeting process, and that is to give the information on the financial stability of the community long term. When I listened to some of the discussion tonight, and it was all informative discussion, it just illustrated again the problems that I see here, and that is because we're not connecting the dots between our estimates budgets, our 5-year capital, or it's not even capital, but our 5-year plan. We're just getting the reserve funds, but we don't have enough detail in them to guide us. And we don't have the long-term capital yet. So we're looking at making decisions in a vacuum of very specific operational detail, which is very good, but it's not being made in the context of the 1-year operational budget against the longer-term plan. By comparison, Victoria, in their OCP, mandates that they will have a 20-year plan. We don't have that. And, so I've heard a lot tonight about, on other subjects, about our goal has to be to achieve these things for quite some period of time. Well, in our OCP, some of the first information on asset management was dated 2009, and this is 2017. So I can understand the problems, but I think really the greatest effort is to bring all of the information together and get the long-term capital done so that we're making wise decisions. We've heard here tonight that both the fire department and the police department, the lateral sewer lines failed. Is that where we're headed for the entire community? Because there's, as you said, the lines are 80 years old. Well, a lot of our lines are 80 years old. And, if that starts to happen around the community, then the logistics of dealing with it, they're only going to accelerate over time. So we need to really, and I understand the urgency, well, let's just do something right away. But it's better to spend that little bit of time, get the information together. You've got good reports. And I know I've heard that we need more assistance with the computerization, but you can do a lot with Excel spreadsheets and good reports. And so I think a lot of the groundwork can be done, but we really need to put an effort into bringing that together so when we're talking about whether we should be, because all of the information that was brought forward, all of the items on the table were good. It's just how do you move through them systematically so that you are trying to avoid the risks of failure, of the systems and making wise decisions. The decisions when we talk about, 3.8% tonight, that is nowhere close to the double-digit numbers we're going to be looking at when we bring asset management into this. So to spend a lot of time arguing about, a few percentage points here or there, I don't think is going to serve us well. I think we really need to come together and get to the bigger picture, the broader plan, and be making all of our decisions in that overall wholesome picture of everything on the table, and make the best decisions we can from there. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Patterson. Anybody else wish to speak to us? All right, thank you very much.
We were just trying to decide who's going first.
Or second in your case.
Yeah, exactly. James Martin, North Oak Bay. I'll try to keep this brief. First of all, I commend Councillor Murdoch tonight because his emphasis on the long view is something that I think, frankly, has been lacking, and that's not necessarily through fault of staff or fault of council, but the reality is a year ago, staff sent a note to council regarding the 5-year fiscal plan. Patricia Walker drafted the note, and she basically said the figures beyond year 1 are not reliable. And so we're making taxation decisions and so on and so forth and trying to determine priorities when in fact the picture doesn't go beyond year 1. And we really need to move beyond that, and the whole asset management issue is bringing that to the fore. In terms of just some context for this 3.8%, I don't know how many people on council are retired. I am retired, and the COLA, the cost of living adjustment on my pension this year, is 0.7%. So 0.7%, and this is at 3.8. And that, I'm not impoverished, although Stats Canada says 10% of the people in Oak Bay are poor. I'm not impoverished. When I look at that over the long term, that does worry me. It's really not at all difficult to sit down and do a calculation that says the likely tax trend in this municipality over the next 5 years is 5% plus per year. I mean, just business as usual gets us to 16%. Asset replacement easily, if you just take as a crude benchmark what Ms. Carter said last week about how much we spend on amortization on an already vastly depreciated asset base, that would be another 8%. And if you look at what we're going to pay for the regional sewer treatment, that's another 3%. So the trend is disturbing when you're looking at it against, again, my pension COLA of 0.7%. In terms of 2017, council's in a difficult spot. We'll be 5 months into the fiscal year before you settle this budget. So it's really hard to deal with that. I do think there are things in this budget that could be cut, or at least that should not be spent. Carnarvon Park, the $50,000 for planning, for example. I still think that's a large sum of money for planning. But more importantly, is Carnarvon Park still going to be a priority for redevelopment after the asset management plan is revealed? Until you know that $50,000 shouldn't be going out the door, even if it's in the budget and even if it's in the approved strategic plan. At least that's my view. In the longer term, beyond this year, and I've told you before, I've done this for a living, I have absolutely no reservations that there's $1 million can come out of the budget in this municipality. No reservations whatsoever. But it's going to require council to sit down and actually take a very hard look at some operations within the municipality, look at the trade-offs, and you know what? If council and the community decide we want to continue doing what we've always done and spend that money, so be it. But make certain it's a conscious decision. Sit down, do the analysis, look at what can be saved, and ask taxpayers, do you want to continue doing things the way we are, or do you want $1 million in savings to offset the inevitable tax hikes? I think that analysis has got to start.
And certainly, again, asset management issues are going to force that. I'm not going to pick on the fire department, but, you know, if we're going to build a new 5-bay building, well, is that really the fire service model that we're going to carry forward with for the next 50 years? Or do we build a building half of that size and purchase our fire services from another community? The question is, will we still have the response times and so on and so forth? But that's the analysis that has to be done. And we need to see those numbers and make good decisions, and more importantly, informed decisions about those kinds of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murtaugh. The next person, please.
My name's Dr. Wilson. I'm a resident in Oak Bay, thankfully just uphill from the AirSats septic field that our public service protection has provided for us. I was going to talk a little bit about the financial side of things. You people have heard me speak to that before. My colleagues in the audience have raised it, gone through some of the same kind of data, the same kind of figures, trying to warn council that a fiscal wall is coming. Pay attention. I could reinforce the message. I've done it once. Others have shared it with you. You're bright people. Let me raise another issue. I wanted to talk specifically to where Oak Bay's heading with respect to suites. Controversial to say the least. I did speak to it briefly last time, under protest albeit, but I did get my message in that the survey that was done could be interpreted quite differently from what council was viewing it. But let me instead go down this path, which I hesitate to do, but I'm going to do this. I have a lot of respect for council. You put up with a lot, long hours, pitiful remuneration. But this has to be said. This is the elephant in the room on that topic. If you go to the Charter for Communities, I believe it's called, Charter of Communities? Community Charter. Go to Part 4, paras 100 and 101. In those paragraphs, it's very clear. Conflict of interest. Direct and indirect pecuniary benefit from decision making at a council level. And we're talking about the vehicle that prescribes in great detail how council is to operate. I suggest, with respect, that council members who were involved in the real estate business, council members who have dormant suites, and/or council members who in fact engage in the rental of suite properties really have to recuse themselves from discussion of those particular topics, and they should not be voting on those issues. And it's the responsibility of them, all the members of council, to ensure that the integrity of this process is maintained. As I say, I raise this out of no disrespect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I think that wraps it up. Thank you very much. We need a motion, a couple of motions probably. The first motion we would need is to bring back a 5-year financial plan bylaw based on the decisions tonight.
So moved.
Moved.
Seconded.
Moved, seconded. Discussions? All in favor? Yep.
If I may?
Yes, yes,
Thank you, Chair.
absolutely. It's a
So,
motion on the floor.
Appreciate. So the motion on the floor is for a 5-year plan. Is it a 5-year plan because we've always done it that way? Or is that just
Required.
It's required. So it's not a 10-year plan or a 20-year plan, but
It's required for have a 5-year plan.
That's the community charter provisions. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. To receive all the documentation? We don't need that tonight? Okay. And I think that's all the directions you need. Okay, so,
Move adjournment.
well, hang on, we're not going to vote on that just yet, because I'm going to say a few words before we do that. So we have a motion on the floor to adjourn. I want to take the opportunity to thank staff. I think every year that we have the budgeting process, things get a little better, a little more informative, and we have our senior staff here that guide the community and actually do the day-to-day heavy lifting. And reflecting back, I think on the very first night when Mr. Jones said, do remember one thing, in your citizen satisfaction survey, there was 99% of the people who said they were satisfied or complete or very satisfied with the way things were. And keep doing what you're doing, I think was Mr. Jones's advice. What I mean by all of that is it's the staff really that make this community great through the safety in our fire department and through excellent police department, rejuvenation in the engineering department, building and planning, taking on a planner and an assistant planner. So all of those things help move our community ahead. And I really appreciate the efforts of the finance people putting all of this together and also at the same time acting as CAO. So recognition to the staff. I also want to thank the, yeah, okay. That's good. And a great, I forgot to mention the superintendent over there too. Thanks to him. And I also want to recognize the people who've come out and participated in this either tonight or last time and given of their views. It's appreciated. And we have an engaged community. We have a great community. And let's keep it that way. Thank you very much, everybody. And now I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Thank you. We stand adjourned.